Good morning. Requesting everyone to kindly take your seats, please. We are delayed for a bit because there's probably some rally outside and the roads are blocked. Good morning and welcome to the 7th Annual Education Conclave of the Bengal Chamber, Synergy, Bridging the Gap Between School and Higher Education. Today we have a galaxy of erudite speakers who will share with us their views, recommendations and suggestions on the same. Before we begin, we would like to thank our partners without whom this would not have been possible. Our title partner, JIS Group, powered by partner Sister Nivedita University Techno India Group, in association with Ascensive Educare Limited, co-partners Omdayal Group of Institutions, Haldia Institute of Technology, Bright Future Skills Private Limited, and Kingston Educational Institute. Our gift partner Presto, our stationery partner Supra Pens. We would also like to thank Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, CEO and Director at Visatech Informatics Private Limited, Visiting Professor at Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, and IIM Udaipur, Chairperson of IT Entrepreneurship Committee, Co-Chairperson of IT Committee, Member of the Management Committee for his support as a partner in this conclave. I would now request Mr. Gautam Ray, President, Bengal Chamber, and President, Corporate, RPSG Group, to kindly take your seat on the dais, please. I would request Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Co-Chairperson, the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber, and Director, JIS Group, to kindly take your seat on the dais. I would now welcome Padma Shri Professor Dr. Ajoy Kumar Ray, Director, Institute of Advanced Studies and Research, JIS University, to kindly join us on stage as well. And finally, we would like to invite Professor V.M.S.R. Murthy, Director, IIESTS, to kindly come on stage. Can you please put your hands together for them? Thank you. May I now request Mr. Gautam Ray, President, Bengal Chamber, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. And I, on behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you all in the 7th edition of Annual Education Conclave. This time the theme has been chosen as Synergy, Bridging the Gap Between School and Higher Education. This year, not this year only, for last couple of years, Bengal Chamber has given thrust on the theme sustainability. Sustainability is not only the buzzword today, but the entire development paradigm is being planned and designed today in all the countries all over the world, aiming to achieve the sustainable goals. There are 17 SDG goals, and it's not only technical, it's not only political, there are huge social elements in that also. Why I mention that? To achieve sustainability, to achieve the targets in more concrete way, what has been decided by almost all the countries in the world, major countries in the world, and definitely we can see technologically, structurally, policy framework-wise, world is changing very fast, and it is a transition through which we are going. Not only with respect to energy or infrastructure, these hardware elements I am speaking of, even in the software side also, software means I am speaking about the human aspect, there is a great need to change. Transition, it is nothing new. World has witnessed many transitions earlier also. This transition is why it is different, because this transition is not top-down. This transition requires ultimate people's collaboration, participation, awareness, and where actually education has a major role to play. Education brings knowledge, no doubt about it. Education brings skills. Skills not only I am specific to the discipline I am speaking of, the other human behavioral skill also. Education brings values that all of us know, but the fact remains what is being taught today as curriculum with the so fast changing world, particularly the profession where I was or academically I have gone through engineering. And frankly speaking, it is not only changed, it is completely taken a qualitative shift. Then somebody may question, and often we discuss that what is being taught in the institute is not really useful in the practice, in the industry, in your real life, which I have a great disagreement. Because fundamentals do not change. Physics of engineering didn't change. All this has been changed. All innovations, creativity are aiming towards primarily on the application side. So taking that into consideration, education is an enabler. Education is an enabler to make the future generation ready to adopt and face the challenges, adopt the changes, and make the progress further. Keeping that in mind, I can tell that NEP 2020 also, it is not only speaking on the academic excellence, it also speaking on skill, creativity, character of students, and if you see the framework, there are stages through which actually these gradual changes have been thought of. Now, the most important, and where sometimes if the change from one framework to another framework is not smooth, the bridge is not well structured, then there is a possibility of failure. So the theme what we have chosen today is the synergy, bridging the gap between school and the higher education. Definitely, I can only say that the education, apart from the knowledge, apart from the specific depth of knowledge on the discipline, because all of us are differentiated in the society. A doctor is differentiated because of his medical knowledge. A lawyer is for law knowledge. So definitely one has to have a depth of understanding of the subject. But at the same time, with the changing world, the need is today to be more and more creative, innovative, analytical, and to make questions why it is happening. While we should honor the legacy, we should respect the legacy, but we should not be carried out by the legacy. So everything status quo should be questioned. So I hope the deliberations what will be made today, I have gone through the structures. Definitely there will be very useful discussions, and we have today with us, we are honored to have the presence of Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Rai, Director, Institute of Advanced Studies and Research, GIS University, Padma Shri. We have with us Professor VMS Murthy, Director, IIESTS, earlier known as BE College, Shibpur. We have with us Mr. Shimarpreet Singh, Co-Chairperson, Education Committee of Bengal Chamber, and Director, GIS Group. And they have a real passion. It's not limited to only what functionally they do. They have a great passion for furthering the education. So with this, and we have galaxy of speakers, very, very knowledgeable, enriched personalities will join today. And I believe there will be very, very fruitful discussion we will have. So with this, I welcome you all again to the 7th Education Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Co-Chairperson, the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber, Director, GIS Group, to kindly do the context setting for the program.
Good morning, everyone. I know there are few of us today, but we can say a good morning to everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Good morning, guests, educators, industry leaders, and esteemed panelists. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry's 7th Annual Education Conclave. This year's theme, Synergy, Bridging the Gap Between School Education and Higher Education, reflects a topic that is not only timely, but critical as we navigate the evolving education landscape in India. The recent introduction of 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 curriculum structure under NEP 2020 marks a significant shift in how we think about education from its very foundation to higher learning. Today we're having 3 panels. The first panel we will explore the transformation in school education. The early stages of education now covers under the new model are designed to provide a more flexible and multidisciplinary approach. The second panel will focus on higher education, how universities and other institutions must adapt to meet the needs of students who have been shaped by this new approach in schools to school education. Here we will address interdisciplinary learning, research-driven education, and how institutions can collaborate with each other. And we have some expert educators and policymakers who will navigate us to a broader implication of these changes. Finally, we have an important session on student mental health. As we know, COVID time, how changes have happened to our student life. Mental health is a very important topic in today's school education and as well higher education. We all aware of how many suicides are happening in Gujarat, in Kota, Rajasthan, Kota, and other coaching centers. So we must focus on schools, student mental health as well, because that is something. If India has to be a developed country, student has to be mentally very strong as well. So that is the most important thing. The other thing can always be learned. Our mental strength cannot be learned by anyone else. So as we proceed, let us remember that synergy, the theme of this conclave, goes beyond just academic alignment. It encompasses collaboration between educators, parents, policymakers, and students themselves. It is about creating a supportive ecosystem where learning is not just about knowledge, but about holistic development, both intellectual and emotional. We have an exciting and thought-provoking day ahead of us, filled with discussion that will shape the future of education in India. And we'll be happy to share with you the findings of today's conclave as well. With this, I wish all the success to the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our chairperson, Mr. Shottam Roy Chaudhary, could not be here amidst us today. He had an exigency. So he has sent across a message, which I'm reading out. Due to some pressing emergency, I regret my inability to be personally present at this flagship program of the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. I congratulate the committee for conceptualizing the theme of today's conclave, Synergy Bridging the Gap Between School and Higher Education. A most apt topic which needs to be discussed and thoughts put in place to keep pace with the changes brought about in NEP 2020. I am hopeful that all deliberations at the conclave would be thought-provoking and fruitful. Wish you all the very best. Before we proceed, I would request our President, Mr. Gautam Ray, and Mr. Simarpreet Singh to kindly hand over small tokens of appreciation to Professor Dr. Ajoy Kumar Ray and Professor VMSR Murthy on our behalf. We have gift hampers from Supra Pen, and we also have a Presto gift, which we'll hand over in a while. May I now request Professor Dr. Ajoy Kumar Ray, Director, Institute of Advanced Studies and Research, GIS University, to kindly help us with the overview of the new curriculum and share his thoughts on the same. Professor Ajoy Kumar Ray, a distinguished academic and professor of electronics and communication engineering at IIT Kharagpur, was honored with the prestigious prestigious Padma Shri Award in 2017. Joining IIT Kharagpur as a faculty member in 1980, Professor Ray has led 22 research projects and numerous consultancy projects sponsored by prominent agencies such as DRDO, DAE, and Intel Corporation. A fellow and active member of various professional bodies, he also contributes to national committees on higher technical education and serves on academic bodies of numerous universities. Please give a big round of applause to Professor Ray.
A very good morning to all the participants of this very important conclave which has been organized by Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Honorable President, Mr. Gautam Roy, who is like my brother and who had over the years contributed so significantly in the map of energy sector in not only Bengal, in India, and he has been actively involved with the development of CESC throughout his career. This day is a very important day for me. Number one is I have the opportunity to be here like many other occasions on this count. But most importantly, today is the day when I could for the first time meet Professor Murthy, who is currently the director of IIST Shibpur, with which I was involved, for a long time, right from its inception. And we are really so happy that today he has come here as the chief guest of this program, and under Professor Murthy's leadership, I'm sure that this institute, which is the second oldest institute, engineering institute in the country, will really move to much more glorious heights in the days to come. My very dear Simarpreet, who is involved with Bengal Chamber of Commerce and many other institutions, and who is the director of JIS Group, he has been involved with a large number of academic and research type of organizations, and now they are going for, entrepreneurship and incubation kind of works throughout. I am happy that Bengal Chamber of Commerce have decided this topic, that is bridging the gap between the school and institution, higher education. Now the first thing that comes to mind is, based on NEP. NEP means now we should not call it as NEP, because in today's world, everything becomes, obsolete very fast. NEP, which was, I think, 2020, so now it is no longer national, new, but then it is a national education policy. So many people, they still call it as a new education policy. So now they have given a lot of very good recommendations on the both. There had been a substantial change in the way the education should go on in this country. But then, what is very important to note for all of you academicians is the fact that we need detailing. Somehow in our country, or even in many other places, we do not go for detailing. Detailing means what? So the first thing is that where is the gap? Bridging the gap means what? There must be some gap between higher education and right from school education. Gap had always been there. But then to bridge this gap, what are the things which are very important? In my opinion, the most important thing, even at school level, for the students to understand is the fact that the only thing that is guiding the entire universe is evolution. So I do not know. It's not only just the principles of evaluation, that everything evolves in the biological sector, but even in the whole global sector, if you just see whether it's the environment, whether it is our whole world, the universe, it's evolving every moment. Society, human mind, everything is evolving. So now, can we from India, in our education system, can we give a very new kind of a thought that how to impart this education of evolution to the school children and also to the higher education students? They should know that how everything, science and technology, it has evolved. If you just see that about say 125 years back, when in Presidency College Sir J.C. Bose started his experiment on wireless communication in Presidency College, how the electromagnetic waves can be generated, how it's transmitted, how it is, detected by a detector, galena based. But then from those days, from 1890s, 1894, 95, 96, 97 to today, how the whole technology has evolved. So students, they must know that nothing has come in a day. Everything has very gradually evolved. In fact, it's tens of millions of years it took just for a simple unicellular, entities to grow into what we see today, the entire animal kingdom, including the human. Now, even today, it is evolving. Now, the interesting thing that this concept of evolution must be embedded, and unless the students, they understand that what is there today is going to remain the same, it's not going to remain the same. Second important thing, in my opinion, is the problem of environment and ecology. Until and unless, even at the school level, the students are given enough of education on three things. One is the energy, which is the guiding force, and then how the energy, directly or indirectly, the forms of energy, they change the ecology, they change the environment. And this is a very, very serious and real life problem on which not today, not only we the seniors, older ones, but then imagine what will happen to our children, to our grandchildren. I had been, for the last 6 months, I have been to USA, mainly in the Silicon Valley. I go there every year, but usually it's for 2 months, but this time it was quite long duration. So, and every time I go there, I had the opportunity to meet many of our IIT students and IST Shibpur students, and those who are really doing great in entire Silicon Valley, and then discuss on several things. Because that's a place where everything is happening, whether it's Google, Facebook, Meta, Microsoft, everything is located there. So the point is, I have been telling them that are you all in line with what is required in the schools? This time especially I took interest in the school education of United States, because many of our students, sons, and I had been to many schools also. That's very American schools. How do they look at it? So it's very interesting that what do they teach at different level, at say preliminary level, and then as we call it as say in the mid-level, secondary level, and then in the higher education, and how do they go in? One of the important things is they give lot of opportunities to, this is possible for them, but education is not restrictive at all. In our country, everybody has to study only the same kind of syllabus, same kind of things. Why? Right from school to college, now there are so many professions in which one can excel. In United States, I found that even a lot of, their parents are great scientists, but the children are not in science. They are doing something else. Why not? So this is very important, that understanding that there are multiple number of ways that we can serve the society. So it is a multiplicity which has to be understood by the students at the school level, and they must know that what are the opportunities which exist tomorrow. So number one is evolution. Number two is they must be aware of the environmental degradation, and they must get an opportunity to really express that how they can take care of the problems which the whole world is going to face, especially during their lifetime. Third important thing is the multiplicity, and then all the science are not compartmentalized. This is something which I have been telling for a long time in so many forums. See, at some point of time, we say that, okay, this is engineering. He is mechanical engineer, civil engineer, this engineer, that engineer, etc. In science also, you are a physics student, you are a biology student, you are a mathematics student. Now the Western countries, they have understood it long back. The continuity and the interdisciplinary nature of the problems. Because now they do not talk about department-wise segmentation. It's interesting. In fact, in GIS group, the institute which we started just after my retirement from IIT Kharagpur, we started this. So here we do not have nothing, no science, no engineering, nothing. But the centers are known for Center for Health Science. And for every center, you need engineers, you need biologists, you need physicists, you need mathematicians, you need people from all disciplines. So that's very important, that right from the school level, the students, they must know that এই কোনো ধরনের এই পার্টিশনিংটা নেই। প্লিজ এইটাকে আপনারা স্কুলে স্টুডেন্টদের মধ্যে ট্রাই টু ইনকালকেট দিস কনসেপ্ট অ্যামংস দ্য স্টুডেন্টস, বিকজ এভরিথিং ইজ কন্টিনিউয়াম অ্যান্ড এভরিথিং ইজ ইন্টারকানেক্টেড. How they are interconnected, that has to be, because you take a problem, how in the West they solve a problem. আমি দেখেছি, even right from the school level, they do lots and lots of projects. এই বছরে আমি জাস্ট গিয়ে দেখলাম, এতগুলো ওরা প্রজেক্ট করে না, and all real life problems. Suppose the problem, you give them, tell them that, okay, let them solve the problem of cities. This traffic problem, how to solve. You will find that let them go, because they are confronting the problems day in and day out. Whatever has not come in the minds of we the seniors, you will find that they will give 100 times better solution. It is important to note that today's children, they are much more intelligent than us. It is not sort of denigrating us, but it is a respect to the evolution. It's very obvious that as it evolves, my son and daughter are more intelligent than me. My grandsons, they will be, granddaughters will be much more intelligent than their parents. And that's how the evolution, the society has evolved. But, so in education, on the one hand, they have to learn the evolution. On the other hand, you have to inculcate in them the importance of understanding that there are certain key things which are not changeable. Those are the concepts of kindness, empathy, most importantly, honesty. honesty of purpose, sincerity. Whatever they do, there should not be any shortcut. Let them put lot of effort in doing that. And this is important. Today we may think that, okay, let them take a shortcut and let them solve some problem. There is absolutely no shortcut to any solution. Let them face it. And they have to be absolutely in a position to face the challenges. So much of big challenge which is coming in front of us. Now, so far as the academicians are concerned, over the last 3-4 months, we discussed a lot, because whether it's Google or Microsoft, wherever you go, it's there, or OpenAI. OpenAI was hardly few miles away from the place where I was staying. That is the ChatGPT. I went to, even about a year back, I was invited, or 8-9 months back, to some general colleges, maybe Ashutosh College or Aishop College. So a lot of students were there. Whole hall was full. I asked the students that, do you use ChatGPT? So students, they were, because the teachers were there. So many of them, they were, oরা একটু ভাবছে কি বলবো. But then I said that, be bold. Whatever is true, you should be bold enough to tell. They said, yes, sir. I said, how many? Just you raise your hand. Imagine, you may not be knowing, all your students are using ChatGPT. Now, in United States, in many schools, because I asked the students there also, so they said that in some schools, the teachers say that, no, you are not allowed, you should not use ChatGPT. And, but then this approach of not using ChatGPT, in my opinion, is a wrong approach. You cannot, because after all, its technology is taking its own shape. You cannot force them. So, I talked to a very interesting, one of the faculty, our students from Hong Kong University. So he came to Silicon Valley. He was earlier in San Francisco. So I met him. He was my earlier IIT student. So he said, sir, in my university, the president has said that every student must use ChatGPT. It's just the reverse. I thought that it's a great observation. Why not? Let them use it. Now the problem will come, onus now comes on you, the teachers. So you have to set the question papers so that even by using ChatGPT, they will have to learn and understand the thing to solve the problem. And ChatGPT is, because I also have used, last 6 months I was relatively free. And now we are writing a book also, not on ChatGPT, on this. This is known as generative AI. So this is one of the hot topics in the whole world today. Now my point is, imagine that our whole approach today and education tomorrow is going to completely change. And we the academicians, until unless we understand that, we will be facing lots and lots of problems, I can tell you. Because whatever way we were moving so far, the days are coming when we have to think otherwise. And this GPT, not ChatGPT or GPT-4, GPT-5, and there are so many other, Gemini or Llama, etc., so many others which have come to the market. Many of them are now becoming free and open source, and people will be using it. Why should they come to the class? Why should they? In fact, I asked the GPT some very difficult mathematics problems. Believe me that it gave me, in majority of the cases, in 2-3 cases it gave the wrong answer, but in majority of the cases, it could give the right answer. So it's interesting. Now, why is going to change? For example, so far as our পেশাগত ভাবে, lot of people they go for law. লয়ের কলেজগুলোতে যাবেন ভর্তি ছাত্র। Suppose now government of India, they have started some Sanghita, some new Sanghita has come up. We have got a set of IPCs. I just do not understand. It just takes only 5 minutes for the software to completely translate it. In fact, in USA, I was looking at the proceedings of Supreme Court on this last barbarous thing which has happened in West Bengal. It's shameful. Anyway, I do not want to go for that. But then, why should things take, in fact, I thought that I should write even to the Chief Justice of India that why should so many court cases will be there? It just doesn't take any time. Now, every big, every advocate, they will be having, like say, Kopil Sibal I found, once upon a time, long back when IST talk was going on, I used to meet him very regularly. He was a different person those days anyway. So, he will be having, 50, 60 his juniors. Even this time in TV, I saw that so many of his juniors are there. Now, you don't, because they will be seeing, okay, এই লটার সংহিতাতে কত নম্বর এর করেসপন্ডিং আছে, এটার থেকে এটা কি, ওরা সারাদিন ওই বসে বসে পড়ছে. It just takes only minutes to simply translate it. So, should we go for that? Now, whether we want it or not, the whole globe is moving towards that. I talked to some companies in Bangladesh, and the kind of things that they have already developed, they are now trying to, convince the new Bangladesh administration to accept them. আমরা এখানে আলোচনা করছি তো, and in 5 minutes they will give you the minutes. And when the doctors they discussed in that Nabanno, some whole night was gone, and they said that they are writing the minutes. Sorry? Minutes will come in only 1 minute. We are discussing, I am saying something, you are saying something, you are saying something. And then obviously the human being will have to put the final touch. That's always there. And interestingly, you will find, I have seen myself that even when there are some conflicting, opinions from various persons, these minutes, whatever the software is giving us, is more or less possibly the best which we will not be able to write. ওখানে ওই সেক্রেটারি, চিফ সেক্রেটারি, মেডিকেল স্টুডেন্ট ওরা মিলে ওই 3 ঘন্টা ধরে যে মিনিটস লিখবে না, the same thing it can be done by software. Now the question is, তাহলে ছেলেরা করবে কি নেক্সট জেনারেশনে? What they will do? Where will be the jobs? So this is a very, very serious point. Oh, sorry, আমাকে কতক্ষণ, sorry, I think that অনেকে আছে. So I'm sorry for taking more time. But then you can make some very specific discussion forum in which you should discuss that what will be the areas in which the Chamber of Commerce, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce can take the lead. What will be the areas in which our new generation from school level to higher education level, what will be the curriculum, what will be the course? Because of the very different kind of a time which is coming, environment, society, law, and most importantly, technology. So thank you very much and wish each one of you very well.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed very enlightening for us. So before I first call us expert speaker of the day, I would like to mention that each of the esteemed speakers, panelists, and the session chairs represent brilliance in the educational universe. Hence, we are not reading out their profiles in details to introduce them. They are known to all of us. As I welcome each of them on stage, a short glimpse of their educational journey will come up on the screen. Okay, before I introduce our expert speaker, I will request our president, Mr. Gautam Ray, to please hand over this token of appreciation from Presto to sir. Give a very big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Yes. So the first expert speaker of the day is Professor V.M.S.R. Murthy, Director, IIESTS. He's a professor in the Department of Mining Engineering, IIT Dhanbad, took over the charge as a director of the Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, Howrah, under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. He worked as a scientist in CMRI, Nagpur for 8 years and joined Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad as assistant professor in 1997. He held various administrative positions and has been awarded National Geoscience Award 2019, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, Halcro Premium Best Paper in ICE London, HZL Prize, Institution of Engineers India, and ISRMTT Awards for Best Papers. Welcome, sir. We are indeed very privileged to have you. Please give a very big round of applause. I will now request sir to please address all of us. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. Good morning to one and all present here. It's my proud privilege to share the dais with Padma Shri Ajay Kumar Ray and Smarpreet ji, JS Group, Director JS Group, and Gautam Ray ji, the BCCI Bengal Chamber of Commerce. And it has been a rousing welcome for me to in the last 3 months. I took over as a director of IEST. So I had a pleasant feeling of being welcomed by Bengal Chamber as well as IEST fraternity and the Calcutta, the city of joy together. So many thanks to all of you for choosing me to speak on this important day where the educators are sitting here who have been contributing immensely to the education of India and the education of the next generation. And the topic is, very topical and, contemporary. And as Professor Ray has already mentioned, it started with Gautamji saying that, what education brings to us. And then we have, the mental, health that's being, touched upon. And then the whole lot of, gamut of experience that has been shared by Professor Ray. And then, probably my job has become a little easier now. So I have a couple of points to share with you on this morning. So, the topic synergy, bridging the gap between school and higher education probably is one of the, I think, best thing that's happening. And this group has taken a real lead and I'm sure the Calcutta is, as usual, is known as the education hub and that's how the people, choose this place to their studies. And a good number of colleges, schools, colleges, and probably this is the best place to have it. And good morning, esteemed members of the Education Committee, distinguished guests and fellow educators. It's my honor to speak today on topic of central to the future education, synergy bridging the gap between school and higher education. In fact, the National Education Policy 2020 offers a transformative vision to address this very challenge through a restructured 5+3+3+4. Probably this is the good way of explaining how we graduate to higher education or our goals to in our life. And the curriculum model that brings much needed coherence to our education system. If you look at this 5+3+3+4 structure, it basically, works on laying a strong foundation for the education, for the kids and what they dream or what they aspire to become. The new curriculum structure addresses the cognitive and emotional needs of students at each development stage and where, the school educators become the prime movers of the generation. From play-based learning, which happens in most of the US universities, what Professor Roy was mentioning, in the foundational years, to multidisciplinary approaches in the secondary stage, this structure equips students with essential critical thinking and problem-solving skills, which one has to acquire as they grow, setting the foundation for a smooth transition to higher education. The flexibility and holistic approach foster adaptability and readiness for future academic paths. In fact, this is what is required when one educates the next generation. What we look for is how adaptable he is looking into the changing scenarios of the world. The world is changing very fast, has already been mentioned, as we are experiencing, at least in the last decade. Addressing the gap, basically there must be a gap, as rightly mentioned by Professor Ray, which we need to address. Basically, there is a leap from school to higher education, in which, the challenge many students face is the gap between school education focused on exams and then more of homework, and higher education that demands independent thinking. So to address this, schools need to emphasize skills like critical thinking and problem solving skills earlier. Students should engage in real world projects, which is happening now. We are seeing, a number of school students, taking part in many hackathons and, contributing immensely in the recent technology that has taken over. And interdisciplinary learning to prepare them for the complexities of higher education. Now, to happen this, in a smooth way, building curriculum in a synergetic way is the core of it. Schools and universities must collaborate. This is what is the requirement today. To align learning outcomes by integrating research, internships and project-based learning in school curricula, we create continuity with higher education. So this has to start right at the school. This synergy ensures that the students experience academic rigor early and can seamlessly transition to specialized learning in college. In fact, BE College, IEST Shipur is known as BE College, as you are all aware. We have a model school inside the campus where we have a close interaction with the school teachers and the students. At times, we participate together in some common activities, which brings, some kind of synergy between these two. Now, the NEP, National Education Policy, also clearly emphasizes skill development, which is the need of the hour, and the importance of life skills particularly, which is not happening in the right way that should have been, such as critical thinking. Communication is one of the major issues that we are facing in our students. So this needs to be addressed probably in the school level so that it becomes easy for the higher education. And collaboration, this is what is not happening in a real way, it should have. Incorporating vocational training and experiential learning. In fact, the new technology that has come up, like the VR, AR, and then mixed reality kind of education that has come up, it has made, the complex education very easy. In fact, some of the areas like engineering, where, complex structures if you have to build, or, complex places you have to visit, you can make them happen right away in the classroom in a virtual way. So there you can make them, part of learning by doing exercise. In fact, we have done in IIT ISM Dhanbad, where we have brought a live mine, into a theater where you can operate a big machine and understand the standard operating procedure right away. So in fact, this kind of thinking probably will help also. Bringing a small virtual based education right at the school level could be one way we can engross the attention of the students, because as the attention is coming down in the current crop of generation. So NEP 2020 highlights the importance of life skills such as critical thinking, communication and collaboration. Incorporating vocational training and experiential learning at the school level helps students become job ready, while higher education deepens their subject specific expertise. Together, these skills will prepare students to navigate an ever changing global landscape. Now, another important part is, whether the teachers are, trained enough to train the current crop of students is the next question that we have to address. Educators need continuous professional development to meet the demands of this evolving education model. Teachers in schools should focus on nurturing critical thinking, while higher education faculty must guide students through research and independent thinking. Collaborative programs and mentorship can bridge this gap. Now, leveraging technology is crucial for both schools and universities. By introducing digital tools, and generative AI has been already talked about. Recently, I was talking to our own individual, school curriculum being practiced in one of the schools in Andhra Pradesh. They found, this generative AI as one of their, project tool at their, 6th class. So you can understand how the curriculum is shaping up now and how the private schools are adapting in a bigger, faster way compared to government schools. But then we need to spread it across in a faster pace. So leveraging technology is the point that I was stressing. By introducing digital tools and AI-driven platforms in schools, students can personalize their learning journey. Higher education must adapt blended learning models that combine online and offline education, giving students broader access to quality resources. As you are aware, that in the next 5 years, 60% of education is going to become online. This is what is being discussed now. So obviously the role of a teacher, particularly in the classroom, is going to become, slowly take the back seat. So therefore, it is much necessary now, how do we create our curriculum in such a way that it grasps the attention of the students, and then how do we create a kind of a flipped classroom, what we call as like more homework and then they come for a discussion in the classroom, solving a problem, or you discuss the problem solving skills only right at the school level, maybe like in a project mode. So this is the concept that, one of the universities in Singapore, like Nanyang Technological University, has come up with, wherein the flipped classroom is the concept that they're trying to take off. So higher education must adapt this blended models actually. And then, the government's current emphasis is to increase this gross enrollment ratio from the existing 26% to 50%. And this is only possible through online education. And even now IITs, even NITs and all, important central government funded institutions are now collaborating with various private colleges where the need for education has to be spread actually. So there is a kind of collaborative model now already in place, and people are now working to enroll more and more students to, pass the education, quality education. So emotional and social development is next, important area. The transition from school to higher education has some challenges. So it will be challenging for students who join. So school should provide guidance and counseling for mental health support to prepare students for higher education demands. This is the area where Simranji was talking about, Simranji was talking about. And universities must foster an inclusive environment through peer support and mentorship programs. So ensuring students adapt and succeed. Collaboration between institutions, which I have already talked about. So there should be a good model, between a higher education institution and a school education system. So we can work it out, in terms of joint partnerships and all. And in fact, we have signed an MOU with the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to, work on such, collaborative efforts. And in conclusion, it's a shared responsibility, I should say. So in bridging the gap between school and higher education requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders. So by focusing on curriculum alignment, skill development, teacher training, and technology, we can ensure that every student transitions smoothly, equipped for success in both academic and professional spheres. Thank you, and let's work together for bringing these changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, a great knowledge sharing. I will now request Ms. Rupkotha Sarkar, Principal La Martiniere Girls, to please hand over a token of appreciation from Presto to Murthy sir. Okay, maybe good things take time. So the photo is yet to come. All right. Now we move on and we move ahead to our first panel discussion of the day. Building Foundations, Insights into the 5+3+3+4 curriculum. The panel discussion will be chaired by Ms. Rupkotha Sarkar, Principal, La Martiniere for Girls. Ms. Sarkar serves in an advisory capacity for several school and college boards and has been recognized by the British Council for incorporating international dimension in the school curriculum and mentoring other schools in the network. A member of the Executive Committee of West Bengal Federation of United Nations Associations, she is also a recipient of the Mother Teresa International Award for Education. Ma'am, may I please have you on stage, please? Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. I'm delighted to call upon stage our esteemed panelists for this session, Ms. Amita Prasad, educationist. Ms. Prasad has done her master's in modern history from Jadavpur University, where she was awarded 3 gold medals for her distinguished academic performance. She found her passion in school teaching, which she has made her vocation for over 35 years. After her long years of service at Modern High School for Girls as the vice principal, she was appointed vice principal at the Heritage School, and more recently, she served as director in Indus Valley World School, Kolkata. She is the co-author of 4 series of history and civics textbooks for classes 3 to 8 published by Oxford University Press. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next panelist, Ms. Opola Datta, Principal, Birla Bharati School. She is an accomplished educationist with over 30 years of experience, currently leading Birla Bharati School in Kolkata. She has held key leadership roles, including principal at Jewish Girls' School and Mount Literally Z School. A passionate Rotarian, Ms. Datta has spearheaded numerous social initiatives, particularly in education and community development, earning multiple applause for her contribution. A big round of applause for ma'am. Thank you. I move on to our third panelist, Ms. Akanksha Kaur, Director, JIS Group of Schools. A visionary leader in Kolkata's education sector, heads the JIS Group and has established 3 pioneering schools. Her mission extends beyond academics, focusing on nurturing students' social and emotional intelligence, creativity, and critical thinking. Through her leadership, she aims to transform education by fostering well-rounded individuals prepared for future success. Ms. Kaur is also dedicated to making a lasting positive impact on young minds. A big round of applause. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Our fourth panelist, Ms. Shonali Sarkar, Principal, Mahadevi Birla Shishu Bihar. Ms. Sarkar is a dedicated educator with 28 years of experience, including 2 decades in administrative leadership. A strong advocate for progressive education, she has spearheaded initiatives that foster creativity, critical thinking, and holistic development in students. Her impactful contributions have earned her the prestigious Aparajita You Shine Award from Sanmark, reflecting her unwavering commitment and influence in shaping the future of education. Thank you so much. Ma'am, over to you. We will now witness a great panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first panel for the day. And the topic, I think you've just heard, building foundations, insights into the 5+3+3+4 curriculum. A very big thank you to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing this 7th Education Conclave. We have this every year. And as the member of the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber, I would like to thank and place on record our gratitude to our chairman, Mr. Shottam Roy Chaudhary, and all my committee members, especially Shornali from the chamber, Rajashri, and all of them who have worked tirelessly to make this happen. In a nation, health and education, these are the 2 main pillars. And that is why on a Friday, when we come here leaving our workplace, I consider this a very significant gesture from every one of you who are present here. So thank you to my panelists who are here. You have heard about them. I shall not, again introduce them, but my topic says insights into the 5+3+3+4 curriculum. Let me give you one insight for each panelist. That was not read out in the resume, okay? My insight will start from my left-hand side, Ma'am Amita Prasad. In my journey, I have never seen such a cool and calm educator. So a big thank you. I'm sure your students love you and will continue to do so because educators always have their hair flying everywhere. So ma'am, you're a cool and calm educator. The next lady on my left, Shonali, I've been working with her for some years now, and Shonali can balance life very well. I have seen her, I visited her 5 o'clock in the evening, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She's a great lady balancing life, and that is one of the skills of 21st century that we need to give to our children. Hats off to you, ma'am. And on my right, I'm very happy to have her by her side. I've been traveling with her in my educational journey and on a personal journey with her, Ma'am Opola Datta. She, again, is a person who can overcome adversity. I know her, and I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen, as an educator, if we cannot face odds and if we cannot overcome them, like it is written on the cockpit, leave your worries behind and enter. So, ma'am knows how to do that every day when she faces her children. Well done, ma'am. And Akanksha, I don't know her that well. But the little bit that I have realized when we had that little WhatsApp group for the panel discussion, I have realized she is a dynamic young person. A dynamic young person who is ready to take risks. Okay? Now that's not written in her resume. So, educators who are with me and who are going to discuss this, there are things that are not written in the book, things that are not written in the curriculum. But as you know, I've heard from our, the opening speaker, our president of the chambers, Mr. Gautam Ray, nothing can remain in status quo. We have to move ahead. But he also mentioned there are certain things that don't change. And that is values of life. That does not change. Parents will always love their child, whether they're doctors, engineers, or anything else in the world. That does not change. So there are these values of love and compassion. Now, the first question that I would like to ask Ma'am Akanksha is that, this new reformed policy which says 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 instead of the 10 plus 2. What are your views on this? What do you think, Take this.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this wonderful question, ma'am. So in my opinion, the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 framework is a very bold and a necessary reform that has completely transformed the education system in India today. It has been a remarkable shift from the 10 plus 2 system that we had. Now, today I'm not going to bore you all by telling you what NEP 2020 is. I think we've had that discussion and everybody over here knows what NEP 2020 is. But what you all don't know is the experiences that I have had with NEP 2020, which I'm going to share with you, giving a little insight on the key points that NEP 2020 has laid. Now, the first thing is that I am very grateful to NEP 2020 that it focuses on the various developmental stages of a child. So, talking about the first stage is the age-appropriate learning, which I, as an educationist, am an ardent believer of that. I have a preschool starting right from that stage where my little ones they are new to this world. They don't know what is going on. They don't know what is studies. They don't know what is learning. For them, everything is a game. They're coming, they're having a wonderful time and going. And it's our responsibility as teachers that how fruitful we can make that 2 hours that they get in our school. So one day, just like the other days, what happens is that they go back home, the teachers come to me, we sit, we do some brainstorming sessions as to what are we going to teach them tomorrow. The topics are the same, counting, letters, alphabets, they're all the same. But what different can we do? So we decided that tomorrow we are going to do counting, but let's play a game. So we were all very energetic. We decided that today we are going to play count and tap. So the children came the next day. And my teachers made them all very comfortable. And they instructed them that, you sit in front of me and put your back behind me. What I'm going to do is we're going to play a game. I'm going to tap on the table. The number of times I tap, you have to hear me very carefully and count in your mind and tell me what is the correct number. Now this got the children very interested because the first thing we told them is that we're playing a game. We didn't tell them that we are going to study today. So they got into the mood, they were energetic, and we began counting. So the teacher did. And the child, in its mind, counted. What result I got from that is not even one child could not count. Every child got the correct answer. Now, my understanding what it was, that probably because we said it's a game, we were not studying today. And another thing is that they were all involved. They were all involved. They were getting excited seeing all their, their friends doing and their friends counting. They were even counting while, it was another child's turn. So they were all very happy. Now, when they went back home, as educators, we were very happy that today, whatever topic we wanted to cover, everyone understood that. Sometimes as educators, when we are in a classroom, we have this thing, that thinking that today we've taught a chapter, we've hit upon a topic, and not every child has understood it. And the child, we have to come back the next day and revise. But that day, as teachers, we were so satisfied because we had that understanding that the child today has left the school knowing the numbers. And what more beautiful and fascinating it was that it just didn't go by here. The next day we had parents coming up and telling them, "Ma'am, what did you do yesterday? That, my child made me do this the entire day in the evening. And he wanted to learn even more numbers because he thought it's a game." So the parents were so happy because for them also it was something new. They were saying, the whole day we come back tired from work, we don't want to sit with books and worksheets and, objects and tell them to count. They're not so interested. But they involved us also in this activity. So hearing this feedback, I was so happy that we have really made a change. This is how I feel that, yes, abacus is there. We are giving objects to them, for counting and everything. But game, or rather you would say that they have been learned through a playway method, was more interesting, and the learning was even faster. 10 times faster than what we actually do when we give them worksheets or even a coloring object. We get so restricted by all this. So playway method was 10 times even better. Another incident I'll tell you where NEP focuses on is conceptualized learning, where we have to make the concepts very clear among children. So in my middle school children, we once had their first school function, which was Innovation Day. So we told the children, we grouped them into two people, and we told them that, see, these are the 10 topics, and you choose whatever you want. Best of 6 you choose. One group, there were 6 groups, one will choose a topic. So they chose the topic. Now one certain group, I'll just give you one example. They took the topic of pendulum. Now what we see in the textbook, I thought they're going to do the same thing. Not did I know that when I went the next morning to see the Innovation Day, they made a rod-like structure. They used paper cups, they used a thread, and they put in some paint in it. And there was a chart below. They understood the concept of a pendulum by making a painting below. Because what they did was they just filled in different paints in 4-5 paper cups. They hung it from the rod. And what they told us to do, not them, they told us to do that, "Ma'am, you just swing it." So we swung it, and little did we know that we actually made a painting below, a beautiful painting, which was so fascinating. And these same boys who ran away from the textbooks, they have gone back home. They have done brainstorming. They have searched the net, and they have come up with this idea that, how can we understand the concept of pendulum? It was so easy for them. They understood gravitational force. They understood measurements, how much to pull, and, what would make a picture out of it. It was so beautiful. And as educators, we also learned something new from them, So these are great things. And also another thing I feel personally is that what NEP 2020 has done is there's a great transformation in teachers today. There has been, because thanks to the rigorous training that teachers have been receiving, it's commendable seeing them today. They can face any challenge today or any change in the curriculum today. Teachers are not restricted. As education is evolving, they are also evolving. They are also coming up with ideas how to teach children. And that's completely fascinating. That's beautiful. And all these things that we are learning in school, this has a direct effect when the child goes to, the higher classes. Because they're absolutely trained not to do rote learning. I don't think so anyone knows about rote learning when they come to college. Professors tell them, you take out your 5 books, these are the reference books, you self-study. And they are all up to it. Today, students are more prepared than I think what we were during our time.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, from those very real life examples of how the curriculum is changing. The approach to the curriculum is changing. Very well elucidated. Ma'am Amita, so now that we have these two systems, there are schools where the 10+2 is still being followed. So then how will they bridge the gap? So how would you compare that, this system with the new system that should be followed? So how would you compare these two systems?
First of all, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the BCCNI for inviting us to this gathering. And it's really an honor to speak before celebrities from the field of higher education, and also to be a part of this very, very impressive panel.
So, ma'am, yes. So, would you like to, okay, Shonali would like to take it up. Okay, all right. Shonali.
Very good morning again. Oh, sorry, it's afternoon. Yes, I would definitely like to take this question because it's very interesting. Interesting in the sense the entire approach of teaching, learning has taken a large transformation, and you can say the evolution, what Professor Ajay Kumar has mentioned, there's an evolution in the process. So it's been last 3.5 years now with NEP 2020. More I learn about NEP 2020, more I wish in my school days, why I didn't have this curriculum. So Akanksha ma'am, she spoke about the system and how it is evolving. So taking from there, in fact, today I'm going to speak about it, which there's nothing new, which I'm going to speak about it, which will not be spoken in this panel. So taking the liberty of being in the school community, I would like to compare the two system of 10+2 and 5+3+3+4 system by narrating a story. I hope that is admittable. So the story goes like this. Once upon a time, in the land of learning, two sisters, Meera and Geeta, who took a setup for their educational path. Meera was an elder sister who took 10+2 path, whereas Geeta, she took 5+3+3+4 path of curriculum. Now let's talk about Meera's path and Meera's journey of 10+2 path. Meera's journey was very straightforward. 10 years of teaching, learning, 10 years of learning everything from alphabet to algebra. The first 5 years she took to develop her foundation, reading, writing, and more of copied from the blackboard. Next 3 years were the middle school and followed by 2 years of secondary school, where the learning was intense. The intense learning in the subject matter, he had to study a lot about many things. History chapters, it grew longer, and the maths equations also became much more difficult for her. Then came the last 2 years, the senior secondary classes, where she was supposed to decide on whether she wants to become a scientist or an artist or somebody who yet has no idea about what she wants to. But because This is the time when she was forced to select her subjects and forced to select her career choices, which she has no idea about. But finally, at the end of 12 years, she went to the college. She was exhausted, but then well trained in the traditional way. Now let's talk about Geeta's journey of 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. She started her journey a little early in the age of 3 years, and it was more like a joyful adventure for her. Why? Because the first 5 years, it was playful with games and songs and dance and art, and it was less of just sit and study and memorize things. The method which was used was playway method, activity-based method, and she was more comfortable listening to stories and with the toys and many other activities which she did, unknowingly that she is also learning at the same time. Next 3 years were a little more structured, where she learned a little bit more about the subjects, but the techniques were again a little different. We can say they started with the discovery-based method, activity-based method, project methods, which really developed her skills in creative thinking and critical thinking skills, communication skills, which was developed during this time. And then followed by the next 3 years, which was again a little deep diving into the subjects, where she studies more about the subjects, but at the same time, she also got an opportunity to learn a little more about different other subjects of her interest. She could choose among the subjects like AI and robotics, coding, data science, and all other skills to develop her own competencies and skills. Next came the next 4 years, which was the coolest one. Why? Because she had got a lot of flexibility to choose her own subjects. And the subjects which she chose, she could combine with design and technology. She could combine subjects like sociology with commerce and many more. And she had a lot of career counseling sessions. She got prepared for her life. So let's talk about the key difference between the two. Both of them, they succeeded. They went to colleges after their schooling of 12 years. But when we talk about Meera's journey, it was a little clear and rigid. She had a strong knowledge, subject knowledge, but what was missing was the competences. What was missing was the creative skills in her, which was not taught from the very beginning. Whereas compared to Geeta's journey, which was much joyful and adventurous, she had a lot of options to select with. She had a lot of flexibility to choose her subjects, and she was much more prepared for the next world, next life. She was much more prepared to go to the college and face the college life. Here we can say Meera could recite Shakespearean sonnet by heart, but Geeta, she knew how to code an app which will make her memorize it. So in the land of learning, again, both Meera and Geeta, they succeeded, but Geeta was much more prepared for her further life. That's all. I think that makes some sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shonali. Yes, when we are reinforcing the learning at the various stages with practical application, then it makes sense. And yeah, that Meera and Geeta, like Sita and Geeta, both will grow up, but how they are managing their life depends on the way they have been nurtured. And so therefore this 5 plus 3, as you're saying, that every stage they are being reinforced in their learning from a practical aspect. So that is a wonderful way that you've compared it with a real life example. Ma'am Opola, ma'am has just said how, Shonali has mentioned how each stage has been done in a proper manner. So where is the gradual transition in these different phases? Would you like to throw that, explain how these 5 years, 3 years, 3 years, and 4 years, what is the synergy? What is the bridge between these years?
You mean gradually how the foundation gets developed over the years? First of all, thank you to Bengal Chamber of Commerce. It's afternoon now, and good afternoon to my moderator, fellow panelists, and everyone sitting in the audience. I think most of what I want to say has been discussed by the erudite educationists and my fellow panelists also. And I take a cue from what Akanksha said. She spoke exactly about the playway method which is being adopted. So the playway method is adopted basically in the first 5 years, right? That is called Balvatika for 3 years. All of you know about this. And then there are 2 years of class 1 and class 2. So children, when they come to this stage, in the Balvatika stage, they still have the playway method, they still have activity-based learning, but at the same time, they are being introduced to foundational literacy and numeracy. Along with that, they are learning multilingual education, because besides mother tongue, another language is coming in. So keeping all this into consideration, they're also given a bit of experiential learning, because through drama, through storytelling, through music, they learn to explore other avenues. So in this stage, when we think about what is the takeaway, what is the outcome from what I heard from her and what I feel and educators feel, is that in this stage of Balvatika, the first 5 years, we have the foundation being laid for the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. And it lays the cognitive foundation for future learning, because this is just the beginning of school life. Not forgetting that we are still focusing on playway method and activity-based learning. Then as the child grows up, ma'am, as the child grows up and goes up to the next +3 stage, which we used to call primary, maybe we still call it primary. So yes, the classes 3, 4, 5. In that stage comes in more structured curriculum. So the child moves into more formal schooling. So when the child moves into formal schooling, there comes in the subjects. So subject education comes in: mathematics, social science, language. All these are creeping in slowly. So this child who's growing up is not only imbibing whatever is being taught, he's also, or she is also, learning to develop some cognitive skills and some critical thinking skills. At this stage also, foundational literacy and numeracy support is required for some students. Some may have already caught on to it. And along with it, the child is exposed to some, at least, art integrated curriculum. And why is it done? So that she or he can explore further their creativity and their art interests. So this was the second stage. So what is the takeaway from here? So here again, there is a gradual foundation. What the child had learned in the early childhood stage, that has been reinforced through a structured curriculum. Keeping in mind again that the activity method and interactive methods of learning need to be in place. And then the student grows up and goes into the most turbulent phase for all of us, adolescence, for us as educationists and for the students. So in that stage, again, we find when the student enters the next +3 stage, there are subjects which have more abstract concepts. So these children are made to stress on experiential learning. We were talking so much about NEP. Experiential learning is the buzzword, especially in the middle school, when the hormones are raging and when teachers are trying to take control of the class. So along with experiential learning, there will be cognitive thinking and a lot of vocational tasks as well. And then, as one of the erudite educationists mentioned, there will be coding, then there will be a lot of computer-generated AI and all the new terms that are coming in, but skill-based tasks will also be there. And these children of the middle school are pushed into a multidisciplinary approach, because that will give them a bigger horizon to explore and innovate. So what is the takeaway from here? Again, there is a gradual foundation building, ma'am. They have been through the preparatory and the foundational stage. So now where are they? They are in the middle school. They're going to move up. So whatever they learned over these years, that is further strengthened by the complex and critical tasks and skills which they develop. And as they are growing up, multidisciplinary approach is also imbibed into their heads. So now you can see different subjects can be taken up. And then we enter the final stage, the secondary stage, where of course it is multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary teaching. Children can take up subjects across the silos. We know that you don't have to be the usual stream, science, commerce, arts. We don't talk about it anymore. But along with that, when children have chosen their own subjects, they go into more complex thinking, analyzing, researching, because now they're growing up. And they also know that along with this, the focus will be on career. The focus will be on higher education, because now they're going to become adults and move out into universities. And of course, vocational training is always there. They also have the choice of exiting in class 10 and class 12 and taking up some skill-based subjects. So what is the takeaway again? What is the gradual foundation that has been built up over all these years? Now we are making these children ready for the world of work, ready for careers, ready to take off. At the same time, we need to hone all the skills that they have imbibed over all these years of schooling. Because I remember what President Gautam Roy, he said in the beginning, education is an enabler to make the future generation ready for the world of work. And that is what we are looking at through this curriculum and through this gradual foundation building. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That was very well articulated. The transitions being gradual over all these 4 stages. Amita ma'am, now that we are moving away from rote learning to conceptual learning, how will our assessment pattern change?
Thank you very much, Rupkotha ma'am. As you had suggested to us when we were deliberating that we should share our views as far as possible with personal examples, I would like to begin by mentioning 2 such personal examples. The first, and I'm sure my esteemed colleagues on this panel might share my views, is when we conduct admissions into our school, when parents bring in 2-year-olds for admission into our nursery classes. One of the first questions that I'm asked is, does your school train children for the JEE examination? Now, a 2-year-old's future has already been decided, and the parents are already thinking of examinations at a postgraduate level. The second instance that I would like to share is a similar instance where parents are seeking admission of their children into class 11. A question that I'm asked ever so often is, will my child need to come to school? And I am left speechless. Why will you seek admission into a school if your child doesn't need to come to school? Until I understood that what they really want is just a school leaving certificate. It is almost as if the whole purpose of schooling is to get a mark sheet. School education has become, very sadly, another name for a rat race to get marks. What the tragedy of the whole process is, and I am so happy to see that the NEP attacks this, because what the NEP talks about is not this kind of assessment. The difference is in just very small but very significant words. What we are talking about all this time is assessment of learning. That is, what does the child know? That is what we are going to assess. But we are moving away from that, or that is the aspiration, that we should move away and look at assessment for learning and assessment as learning. Now, what are these? Let us just reflect on this for a minute. What is assessment for learning? It is that kind of assessment which will actually help in the learning process, where assessment becomes a diagnostic tool. It is not only a feedback on what the learning gaps are, but it is a feed forward, where you can understand where the learning gaps are and work towards a situation where you can actually plug those and look ahead. And the second one, assessment as learning, is even a further step forward, where we talk about regular formative assessments, moving away from these summative assessments where we can constantly question what purpose do they really serve, towards formative assessments where the assessment itself contributes towards the learning process. The second point that I would like to stress upon in this context is that the NEP focuses on learning outcomes. Now, this is something very, very important because it reorients the entire teaching learning process, where the assessments and the assessment tools track what the learning outcomes might be. It tracks the progress of every child. In the introductory session, we were all listening to erudite speakers talking about the application of AI tools. AI plays a critical role in this context because it can help to track the progress of every child. In fact, the purpose, if you ask an average parent, what is the whole purpose of sending the child to school? The answer that we get is so that the child can fare well in examinations, and the whole purpose of the school year almost seems that at the end of the year the child should get a half-decent report card. And what is this report card? It is actually another name for a statement of marks. And as someone that Opula ma'am knows very well, who had come to our school, said that marks nowadays are like a measurement of body temperatures in degrees Fahrenheit. It is, the marks range from 98 to 99, and sometimes even they touch 100. And people wonder, what do these marks really tell us about the child? In fact, what is a marvelous trend in the NEP is a shift away from this kind of a statement of marks to what they call the HPC, or the holistic progress card. The shift being from the word report to the progress, where you track the progress of the child and note the word holistic. Because if you look at this, if you study this document, it talks about the progress of the child not only in the marks that the child scores in English or Hindi or Bangla or mathematics. It actually tracks the progress of the child in all three domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. And it gives equal importance to the progress of the child in curricular as well as co-curricular fields, giving due importance to all these. How many of us as heads of institutions have struggled to convince parents to allow them to participate in, say, an art event or a music or a dance event? The holistic progress card is a step forward in this direction because it gives due importance to these areas of the development of the child. This, in my opinion, is a transformational change. It is not just a small step forward. It marks a complete transformation in what is defined as something worth reporting. In conclusion, I would like to mention that assessment is not just an opportunity for people to find out what they don't know. In fact, right at the outset, what our esteemed moderator did was to make an assessment of all the others on the panel. In fact, when she described me as cool, I was truly flattered. Nobody has described me as cool before, so it was a first for me. But I have to say, it can be very deceptive as well, because when she's described me as cool, I was feeling far from cool. And particularly, my eyes are constantly straying to that monitor, which you can't see, but we can see has certain figures in bold red, and it's ticking away just like you would face in a stressful examination. And you have to wrap up whatever you have to say before it reaches that 0 point. So assessments need not be stressful. Assessments need to be meaningful. And I do hope this discussion has helped all the wonderful people in this audience to understand the NEP a little better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for giving us the real understanding of what assessment should be. And once again, thank you so much, Akanksha, Apola, Shonali, and ma'am Amita. I think this is a discussion that has to keep on, that has to be carried forward by each one of us in the hall. What do we want our children to learn? Today, I have girls who are in Gorakhpur. They are playing football nationals for CISCE. And today in the school, there is half-yearly examination going on. So both are getting their opportunities. So today is the day when we need to make these changes. As educators, it is our responsibility, not only as educators, as every person sitting here must know that the future of this country, of this world, depends on our new generation. And we must make them ready. We must make them learn to dribble as they learn the footballers dribble. The life will throw them into a penalty areas. Will they be able to shoot and give that goal? So let us hope that the discussion has to go on. We have to make our children future ready. They should be able to smoothly move on from the school to the higher education realm. Thank you very much. And we hope that this will keep moving. You will keep discussing in between when you have time outside this hall. Thank you so much.
Hello, is this what? Yeah. Thank you for this incredibly engaging and valuable perspectives. Thank you so much. May I invite on stage Professor Ujjwal Kumar Chaudhary, VP Global Marketing, Media Design and International Relation, Washington University of Science and Technology, and committee member, the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to please come on stage and hand over a small token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. So we have hampers, and we also have a very special gift from Supra Pens. A much deserved round of applause, please. Thank you.
If you see the very lovely diary which has been presented from BCCI, you may see there is a beautiful, our logo has been printed over there, and also a plate which has our heritage building of BCCI. It's hand painted. Yes, it's hand painted. So the artist is not here, but maybe a round of applause for him or her also. Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Oh, okay. So the next panel is on higher education, and the topic is higher education in the 21st century, adapting to change. To chair this session, may I please invite on stage Professor Dr. Shuman Kumar Mukherjee, Director General, the Bhawanipur Education Society College. I'm also delighted to call upon stage our esteemed panelist, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Rama Ramanna Chair Professor, Jadavpur University, Distinguished Honorable Professor, Sister Nivedita University, Honorable Professor, Shiv Nadar University. Please come on stage, sir. Our next panelist, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Please come on stage, sir. Our third panelist, Professor Dr. Yogesh Kumar Sinha, Principal, Om Dayal Group of Institution. May I please invite you on stage, sir? Our next panelist, Ms. Jhilam Rudradev, Principal, Kingston School of Management and Science. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. So, I hand over to sir. Thank you so much.
Well, I know the hunger gripes are getting close to you. And before you feel too hungry, let me tell you that we are now like a relay race, taking the baton from the school teachers. And we have two of the school teachers here too, carrying on the discussion on the link with higher and school education and what will be the issues for the future. However, we have a time frame which is limited because we have another speaker coming on. So I'll just tell my panelists to limit their speeches to within 5 to 8 minutes, not more than that. And then I'll sum up. I'll just make an introductory remark before we proceed. And then we will, of course, be in time for the next speaker before you break in for lunch. Now, to start the panel discussion, I may basically start by saying, one of the things that motivated me very warmly about my college days and school days was the Beatles song, "One Day You'll Know That I Have Gone, for tomorrow may rain, so I'll follow the sun." So when that happens, you don't realize how prophetic those words are, because life is all about time. And therefore time is essential. And one day it will rain because things change, and that's the only constant in life. But follow the sun, which basically has three implications. When I look at the sun, the shadow falls behind me. So my doubts, my apprehensions all follow behind me. So I'm optimistic. I'm looking at the sun. I'm looking forward. But that's now become a model in management. Follow the sun is because we have to marry the Occident with the Orient. India is a country where we believed in the Oriental culture, and we take a lot of pride in that. We believe in the importance of obedience, of family life, of community feeling, but morality, about spirituality, and about regulation. Whereas the Occident believes in individualism, about rational thinking, about questioning, and those attributes of Occidental life we thought are alien to us. But when you talk about time zones, and time zones is the model of follow the sun, you know that there is the European, Middle East, African time zones. There is the Asia Pacific time zone, there's the Latin price zone, and it's one world, and you cannot hold on to your values thinking that this is cardinally true. And that is why we need to have an integration of cultures, which is what Swami Vivekananda would say, that you need to marry the Occident with the Orient. In fact, in one of the management lectures in Asian Meet, I remember Swami Ranganathananda saying that there's a difference between the way the Indian mother grooms the child with that of the Swedish mother. And the example is that when we ask the child to walk across the room, if the child falls down, the mother goes, lifts the child, and instead of saying, try it again, stamps the floor and says, you naughty floor, you dropped my child, that was unkind of you, and consoles and mollycoddles the child to say that it's not your fault, it's the floor's fault to have dropped you. Whereas the Swedish mother, as an example, would say, get up, try it again, and you'll reach me. So there's a difference between the two, where we believe love is mollycoddling, but it's a kind of poisoning because it does not tell you where your child is. I mean, a question that I often ask, and I'm raising it today again, if an athlete can be stripped of his medal because he's been found under the influence of drug, then why do we give a lot of credit to somebody who stopped his class with the help of 5 tutors? He's not even discovered what are his limitations. He has not even come to terms with himself. And therefore, the kind of intoxication that you have is mollycoddling. And it's time we started telling the child to grope and explore and discover. This is what made Aristotle say that we learn by doing. And when you say that you learn by doing, one thing that India has not really developed is existential learning. You learn from experience, you learn from people who are specialized in that line. But the whole world is now changing, and so is the new model of STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, the ability to think fast, all need to be integrated. It's an apology that chartered accountants will ask me to interpret the budget when they are supposed to be some of the smartest guys, or an engineering school asking me to go and explain the budget. I used to do it at IIT Delhi when I used to teach in the humanities department there. I mean, you ought to be educated enough to know what is the budget, what is hitting you, what are the taxes, what are the things that's happening to you, the gap between the rich and the poor. Now, this is something that we refer to as integrated learning. A question that often comes to my mind is, why don't we have a Rabindranath? Why don't we have a Leonardo da Vinci anymore? And the reason why is they were polymaths. They were excellent in every area, and they were able to integrate the learning. James Zool has a book called Brain to Mind, where he talks about neuropsychology and neuroplasticity, to say that the cognitive aspect can be developed only if you learn to develop your mind. There was a time when the esoteric world in India said mysticism mattered, meditation mattered. Linking the brain to your mind is important because the neurons will come and make you think, and that leads to cognitive thinking. But now we go to the rote model. We go in for coursework. We go in for something which is stipulated as this has to be done, and you ask students to specialize after a given point of time. One thing perhaps most of us have not realized about NEP, call it National Education Policy or the New Education Policy. You tell a child to start at the age of 8, carry on with your 5 plus 3 plus 3 and 4. He's 24 years. Your working life is 60 years, or let's say with age 65. You've taken 1/3 of his working life, his age, away in just training him. What are you going to do after that? If he has still not made his mind up, then when is he going to apply it? When is wisdom going to be there? When is he going to share it with you? Therefore, the onus lies on the schools to see that this education is complete and the person knows his way to know what is he going to do beyond the age of 20 when he goes into college, And post-graduation or research is only for the ones who actually like groping, like pontification, like mystifying, like going into the dreaded territory, which is where you bring in the model of solar leadership. The Titanic sank not because of the stillness of the water on the top, but because the iceberg that hit it. So the only way you will have leadership is when you have communication, when you know what's going on behind it, and when you're in link and in sync with the rest of the world. So one of the calls that perhaps I'll set the ball rolling in, and I took a bit of time because that lays the premises under which I think all speakers need to deliberate. Where is existential in learning? How's the use of computers? Where is the curriculum going to? What is it that we need to accept and reject? How much is IT going to help us? Or is it confusing us? Or is it channelizing us? We had a chat from the morning speaker talking about the importance of GPT. Let me tell you, it's not complete because I'm personally involved with circular economy. And if I ask ChatGPT what is circular economy, it gives me a trash of an answer. It does not know that there are three significance in that. And for that, you need to know the subject. But then it tells you something to say, is that complete? It edges you to say, can I know more other than just depend on a certain technology, which is actually borrowed knowledge by some computer people, and you don't even know who's saying that. Maybe a school kid or a college kid who's assimilated knowledge to tell you that. So we have problems with computers. We have problems with knowledge bases, and this has to be ever evolving, ever developing. So let's shoot now. Let me go to the left and ask the lady, Miss Dr. Day, you represent?
Sir, I am the principal of Kingston College,
Kingston
Education
College.
Institute.
Can you tell me what do you feel good and what needs to be done in this educational system for us to take this forward?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the esteemed guests over here and BCC and I for this wonderful opportunity to say few words on this. What I actually feel in today's world, I'm apologizing that born and brought up in the metro city life, when I first moved to this Kingston College of Education, there I found a different set of students who are mainly from the suburbs. This set of students were not present before me when I was based in the metro life. Now the thing is that this NEP, which is applicable for the city colleges, schools, whatever, they are similarly applicable for the students who are coming from these suburbs. Now, what I actually feel that nowadays the focus should be on 4 different points. One is the critical thinking part of the students, which should be nourished from the childhood, from the school life as well. The next is the creative thinking part. The next is the collaboration part. And lastly, the communication to the industry, that what the institutions, the colleges are actually doing or how they are actually upbringing the students, how they are mentoring the students. Now in the critical thinking part, I need to mention, when we were students, mostly it was a teacher-student interactive sessions in the class, as well as we were given some references, reference books, textbooks. We used to go to the library, we do our research work, we prepare our notes, and we sit for the examination. But nowadays, before the teacher enters the classroom, if the topic is given to the students, what I felt, the students who are interested, they know much more than the teachers before they are in the class. Much more in the sense, most of those things are internet and Google based. The experience of the teacher, yes, it does count. But at the same time, what I feel in the class, that I need to learn many other things each and every day, that how they actually Google the things, use the internet, whatever sir has said in the early morning sessions, the chat GPT and all, and how they come up with wonderful notes, wonderful outcomes from their initiatives, from their level. So here, what I feel that the critical thinking part, that not only textbook or book-based things, if projects can be given to them, and if they can be motivated towards something, so that their brainstorming part is actually alive. They can do something on that particular topic, come up with some new ideas, and to mention it that in our college, we do motivate students in such a manner that it is seen in some of the cases that number of students in the classes are less and number of students in the incubation center, they are more. In some cases, it is also there. And I would like to say that our students, though they are from the suburbs, most of them are from the vernacular backgrounds, but they are taking part in Hackathon 4.0. At the same time, our institute, only because of our students, they have become the host institute of MSME. The government, the central government has announced the Kingston College as the host institute for that. It is only because of the students. Now, the creative learning part or creative thinking part is mostly based on innovation, what I feel. The designing, whatever the teachers, they are designing the curriculum, the fixed curriculum is there from the university, whatever is there. But the creative thinking part, the innovation part, the designing of any research and development, whatever papers the students publish, definitely there should be some mentoring from the institute, from the mentors, from the teachers, and those designing part, that should be inculcated in the student's mind in such a manner that what you have said just now, sir, that there should be a link between the brain and the mind. You cannot force the students to go for creative thinking. But at the same time, if they feel that they need to create something, they need to design something, we should give that much of opportunity and space to the students so that they can go ahead.
Thank you. That was Dr. Jilam Rudrode, and I'd like to ask you to receive her warmly for those wonderful ideas where she talked about creativity and critical thinking. But my question is, does the course, the curriculum, the syllabi address this? You know, I'm reminded of a hill school where I was brought up in Darjeeling, where even as kindergarten students, we were asked to go to Birch Hill for egg hunting. So the scope for the groping into the unknown, the mysticism which is very much a part of you, that needs to be developed. Do we have the time to do all that? And does the curriculum address that? And to answer that, let me ask Mr. Yogesh from Omdayal to help me go through this. Do you think the curriculum needs a change, and is it addressing these issues, and how is it developed?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. First of all, good afternoon to one and all present over here. So today I'll be giving an overview on the important points which we should focus while framing the curriculum and the syllabus. Our approach should be more of student-centric. That means we should be more interested in the student outcome, and also we should ensure that the students are actively playing important role in the teaching learning process. If we look at the history of our education system, it has evolved from industry. I mean, industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and right now we are in 5.0. Let me share one very interesting point. If you look at the timeline of industry 1.0 to 2.0, it was around 100 years. Again, from 2.0 to 3.0 was another 100 years. But from 3.0 to 4.0 is 10 years, and again 4.0 to 5.0 is again 10 years. So now this will give us some idea the way the industry, the dynamic of the industry is changing. So accordingly, what we need to do, we need to change our curriculum and the syllabus also. Just like industry, our education has also involved. Right now, we are somewhere in education 4.0. So let me just give you some key important points with respect to this Education 4.0. Here, extensive use of technology is happening like AI and data analytics. The student engagement has improved a lot now because of the use of this augmented reality and virtual reality. One good example is that if you tell a students, he will be more comfortable looking at the mobile and learning rather than referring to a textbook. And also, importance is given to lifelong learning. So, while framing this curriculum and the syllabus, some of the important points which we need to keep in mind is that focus should be on the future-ready skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. Curriculum should also include topics like social and emotional skills, including cultural awareness, empathy, leadership, and also teamwork. Now, again, if you go back to history, we can see disruption. This is not the first time what we are seeing disruption. We can see good amount of layoff is happening now also. But disruption has happened as we have moved from 1.2 to 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0. It has happened. One which comes to my mind is where during this industry 3.0, when just computers came into the industry, that time huge chaos was that, huge job loss will be there. But if you look at industry 3.0, what it has done is that even though it has taken few jobs, but it has brought in good number of new jobs. So same thing is going to happen now also. And self-learning need to be incorporated among the students. So with this few points, so let me just highlight some of the important areas which we should cover when we are framing this curriculum and syllabus. We should focus on the future skills like AI, ML, data analysis, 3D printing, 5G technology, IoT, and now also we have seen electric vehicles are playing a very important role. So one important point I like to stress over here, whatever these technologies are, this should not be taught only to the computer science or IT students. It should be also taught to the other remaining core engineerings like your mechanical is there, civil is there, aeronautical is there, your chemical is there. So all these people also should be exposed to these new technologies. And we should also incorporate experiential learning. So in the form of where students will be sent for internship or even apprenticeship. And also we should encourage the students to go and attend workshops, seminars, and project works. One small, again, point I like to stress over here is that, for example, in our college, what we do, let's say if a mechanical or a civil engineer, throughout his 4-year of his teaching learning process, he will be undergoing somewhere around 15 to 16 labs. So what we encourage them is that they should do a mini project in the lab itself. So that means by the end of the 4th year, they'll be doing somewhere around 15, 16 mini projects apart from the regular projects what they are doing. Then my next important point, which I would like to stress, is that we should promote collaborate learning. So this will definitely improve the soft skills and the leadership skills among the students. And another important point is that when we are forming the board of studies, we should always ensure that the industry partners are involved in the framing of the curriculum and the syllabus. The good thing, what will happen here is that these industry partners will provide a very good insight of what is the current job trend, and also they will tell us the required competency for our students. So in short, I feel by implementing the strategies, I feel the Educational Institute can develop a curriculum that will definitely prepare the students for 21st century job market and other future challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the very interesting, first let's receive him and hear it for him, Mr. Yogesh from Om Dayan. A very interesting point is we are preparing students for the job market. The question is who creates the jobs? And that is, again, a very interesting point that and using the technology that he's been referring to, the digital world. Who else could answer that better than Professor Dhruvajyoti Chatterjee? He will play perhaps saying, how do we transform using technology, using the digital world?
Thank you, BCCI, for giving us the opportunity and also organizing this education conclave. And now I just like to thank our moderator, Professor Shuman Kumar Mukherjee, because he mentioned some very, very important point in his introductory lecture. These are the points which set the tune of this particular panel. The point actually Professor Mukherjee want me to ask, before that I want to pose certain questions which are always coming into my mind. During my journey in the education system, I could see the evolution of students. I have seen the evolution of faculty members. I have seen the evolution of curriculum. And all the time I could find there are quite a bit of learning experience for me. And that learning experience actually helps us how to improve these exercises one after another. And there, what I found that from the, say for example, in the early days in the Toll Gurukul system, the way they are teaching, and if we think about that particular teaching, what are the different aspects of those teaching which are very important to be considered, then we could find there are many, what I should say, there are a lot of hints I could get it from there. And thereby, I still remember that if we look at the Dronacharya Arjun, that particular classes and others, over there, what is actually mainly given to the students by the teachers, by the gurus, is experiential learning. And think about it right now. Right now, what are we talking about? What we realize that without experiential learning, it's very difficult for actually get your students to be ready for the future. And that's why it's becoming very important to consider this transformation in education which are coming up. So from that pathway, so if I can mention to you, one of the very important aspect what I could find, which is also been reflected in both NEP and SAP, that there are certain questions in our mind. One of the major question is, say for example, student attendance. At one time we could see the students are attending classes. But if you go on, and as mentioned rightly by Jogeshji, that attendance is falling. But why? The students are getting involved and not interested to attend the classes because they thought they must have their mind that they are not actually getting any lesson from this class. Over there, the second question I just wanted to pose over here regarding the evaluation. When we are talking about the evaluation also, the way we are doing the evaluation, is that the proper way of looking at the evaluation? The third point is that already discussed by both my co-panelists earlier regarding the curriculum or making students able to for creative learning, creative thinking, and having some sort of constructive thing. There comes a very important understanding and transformation that we, the teachers, we have to understand that our role is now changing. The whole pedagogy is now changing. So far, whatever pedagogy we are following is a teacher-centric pedagogy. Now we have to think about the student-centric pedagogy, where the students are going to actually acquire the knowledge of their interest from whatever they could get it from internet or outside the world. And here we have to make our students also global, because globalized education is a reality right now. And how actually we could approach these things, I just wanted to mention that we are thinking about the digital campuses. Now, when we say digital campuses, there are a number of things which we should keep in our mind that we know that in our country, digital divide is quite prominent. So in that background, if we want to have this particular type of transformation, our role is much more. And thereby, we could see that how it could be done in a proper fashion so that it can penetrate into the masses, so that everybody could get an access to the students, to studies. This second, if you look at from the GER ratio, that it has to be improved right now, and the target is 50% GER. How could it be possible? How many new schools are going to be established? How many colleges are going to be? It's not possible. So what we have to do, there should be some sort of alternative methods we have to think about, because there are a number of people who, because of different reasons, they are dropped out from the regular academic system. How we could get those to come out in this education process. So thereby, in those cases, the digital campus become very, very important, and how actually they could get. So we have to think about the universities, schools, or anything, any knowledge, any place where from the student could get knowledge 24/7. So anytime they are getting out of their work schedule, they can go for this. Now, this is a part. But over here, we always have to remember that this is not the all. Say, for example, we are going to have the lunch immediately after. We could not have digital lunch. We can order for the food, but we have to take the real lunch. Similarly, health, education, nutrition, in all these cases, there will be concept of digitalization, but there will be concept of also a continuity of the two to come together. Here we have to understand that the role of teachers in the classrooms becoming very, very important also to make this particular. That's why a most important part is actually the contact hours with the teachers itself, who are going to play the role of the facilitator. And there, what Yogesh also mentioning about the introduction of AI actually helping in a very big way. And it's not only in science, it's in across, as you were mentioning, STEAM education. Everywhere application of AI will be very high, and we have a lot of research to do in this particular area. And thereby the VR, AR is going to play a very important role. I just want to end my whatever I am thinking over here, just by saying that our role as facilitator is much more than a teacher. Thank you.
So that was Professor Prabhajyoti Chatterjee. And now to break the sound barrier, break the curriculum, think beyond, reach beyond the obvious, I turn towards Professor Anupam Basu. And he's done it through his career and life. And there are teachers and teachers, and there are teachers who will have students coming in regardless of the attendance sheet. But what makes it possible for students to attend a certain teacher, and why are certain teachers not wanted in class? I think therefore curriculum is something that needs to be questioned and broken and looked at very squarely. Professor Anupam Basu, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. The advantage of being the last speaker is I have got the chance to jeopardize the whole thing. Right. So let me take the liberty of being a little mad. But if you listen to me carefully, you will find that there is some method in this madness. Our topic is how do we adapt to the changes in higher education? Now, why should we adapt? Because certainly there are certain things that have changed. Now, what has changed? On one side, we find that the student community, all the speakers have said regarding attendance and everything, the motivation, the inclination of the students are now much more smarter and varied than what we had at our time. Number two, of course, in the middle, there are technology. There is technology. I don't go to AI. A lot has been said about that. But with the advent of internet, we have got an opportunity to get access to materials. On the other hand, the third segment is the job market. The job market is changing, and none of us really know today. Even 2 or 3 years back, we didn't have a term like gig workers, right? It's because of technology, a new segment of jobs have started. And so many more work segments will come up. And where are we standing? We are standing with a fixed curricular structure. And at the end of the school, you get into a well of a curricular structure. You become a geography honors BSc or BA, whatever it is. And that means, even if you have an interest in history, you can never pursue that in research, for example. Now, regarding the students, what are their motivations? Most of them are motivated towards jobs. A few are motivated towards higher learning, more satisfying their inquisitiveness more. Let's accept this reality. Most of them are interested in jobs. And jobs have got their own requirements. So why do we bind them with this curricular structure? Instead, let me propose a model. For example, we build flowers from petals or garland from flowers. Okay? So you will have the students, when they go to the university, will have different modules with certain distinct, defined learning outcomes. And the students will have the choice of selecting certain modules that can fit the particular type of job that they see are prospective, and some modules which satisfy their interest. For example, somebody may like some mechanical, suppose in an engineering institute, somebody may like some mechanical engineering courses, some chemical engineering courses. They take those modules and take some modules of maybe music or photography. Now it is, the onus is on the student, and the students are smart enough, believe me, that they know what they want and what type of job they want and what that particular job is demanding from them. Let them shape themselves. We give all these opportunities. Who are we to say that 160 credits of computer science courses, out of which 40 credits of electronics, 30 credits of something will make you a most sought after computer engineer? No. And that's where our employability comes to a halt. So let us make this flexible. Or a lot of things today, from the morning I'm hearing about NEP, but I was also expecting that the structures, higher education structures like UGC, ICT, etc., were supposed to give way to one organization. But that never happened till today, right? So we are too much strangled with different diktats, different regulatory principles. But please believe, and you will understand, that such strong regulation can maintain you to a mediocrity. But if you have to go to the excellence, that sort of regulation will have to give its way. So maybe if this BCCI conclave has got any importance at all to the policymakers, they may think of this MAT proposal as well. Thank you very much.
Let's hear it for him. Very interesting points raised, and I began my discussion by telling you the importance of integrated learning, and we ended off by saying let's not evaluate unless we are sure what we are evaluating. Education is much more than just being skilled. It's about educare. It's about caring. It's not about intelligence. It's also about emotional quotient, how to handle adversity, how to grow with understanding and spirituality, having a physical bone to take up a challenge and to accept failures. Even the best team may have an off day to lose in a football match. So I began by talking about follow the sun. I'll end the discussion by telling you how do you handle a failure. Again here, the sun has 7 colors and I'll talk about the 7 E's. The first is to encourage. Encourage, like we referred to Swami Ranganathananda's model, encourage the child to walk and do not hesitate to admonish him for making clumsy steps. Explore. Engage. Always engage a student in class, not just lecture top down. Experience, existential learning. Explain, most important, which is where research is. Evaluate. And when you're able to go through all these 6, the final journey is elate, rejoice, because each rung of the staircase is a landing and each stage is a stage to the final thing. It's like the myth of Sisyphus. You push a boulder to reach the top knowing very well it won't be at the top because it will flow down. But you still strive to push these boulder to the top. Why do you do that? Not because life is meaningless, but life is all about hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel discussion was highly thought-provoking and offered deep insights. Thank you so much. May I please invite on stage Mr. Avijit Chatterjee, Chairman and CEO, Ascensive Educare Private Limited, to hand over a small token of appreciation from our end to all our panelists. Thank you. Meanwhile, let me also tell you that, audience, you also have a gift from Presto. Please go to their stall. We have a stall set up from Presto where you can go click picture and get a customized caricature of yourself. We also have a stall from Supra Pens where you can go and buy some really nice pens. So I would like all the audience, whoever there, to please go and explore those 2 stalls. Thank you so much. Round of applause should not stop. We had a very good session. Please give a big round of applause. We have gifts from Presto and also from Supra Pens, and customized gifts from Bengal Chamber of Commerce. I'll request the audience to please give a big round of applause. After this felicitation, we all will break for a short lunch. Maybe in 30 minutes we'll come back, but let me also tell you that after post-lunch, we have a very interesting and an important session on mental health. We will be having students coming from various schools and colleges to also attend this session. I'll request all of you to please come back after that. We will have Dr. Rima Mukherjee, founder, director, and lead consultant psychiatrist from Crystal Minds to, address all of us. I will request all of you to please come back after 30 minutes. We will sharp start at 2:30. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'll request everyone to please settle down. Before we move on to our very special session on mental health, I will request to please have a look at a video from Haldia Institute of Technology. Unfortunately, we couldn't have a representative from Haldia Institute of Technology. I will request you all to please have a look at the AV shared by them. Thank you.
Welcome to Haldia Institute of Technology, where knowledge meets innovation. Over the past 28 years, we have evolved into a knowledge hub with a technopedantic loom, weaving a tapestry of excellence in education. But our story began long before that. In 1996, a new era of engineering education started in Haldia, West Bengal. Haldia Institute of Technology was established by Dr. Lakhon Chandra Seth, former Member of Parliament and Member of Legislative Assembly, an active social worker. Dr. Seth, along with co-founders, the late Mrs. Tomalika Ponda Seth, former Chairperson of Haldia Municipality, and Mr. Ashish Lahiri, Secretary, embarked on a mission. HIT, the first private college in West Bengal, began its journey on 25th September 1996 under the banner of iCare. Our mission was clear: to build a center of excellence in the field of science, technology, and management education, creating dynamic human resources of global standards, ready to embrace new challenges. Our journey started with just 90 students in computer science and engineering, chemical engineering, and instrumentation engineering. The inauguration was graced by the Honorable Education Minister of West Bengal. Since its inception, HIT keeps on creating new milestones. In 2001, the main building was constructed. In 2004, HIT got the first cycle NBA accreditation for chemical engineering, computer science engineering, electronics communication engineering, and applied electronics instrumentation engineering. UGC 2F recognition was received in the same year. HIT was selected for Tech IP World Bank first cycle. 2005 fetched the first cycle NAC accreditation. Second cycle NBA was received for mechanical engineering, biotech, applied electronics instrumentation engineering, computer science engineering, electronics communication engineering, and chemical engineering. In 2011, HIT received UGC 12B recognition. In 2012, received NBA for EE. Second cycle NAC A grade in 2016. From 2017 to 2018, NBA was received for biotechnology, chemical engineering, computer science engineering, mechanical engineering, production engineering, applied electronics and instrumentation engineering, electronics communication engineering, and electrical engineering. In 2018, HIT was selected as the Mentor Institute by NAC. The institute got the autonomous status for 10 years from UGC in 2019. To build a robust ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups, the AICT Idea Lab has been established in 2021. In 2022, HIT has received A-grade accreditation from NAC till December 2025. to achieve the vision and mission of the institute set by the management. We acknowledge the continuous and relentless efforts and hard work rendering by the principal, registrar, deans, head of the departments, administrative officers, faculty members and all other employees of Haldia Institute of Technology during last 28 years of journey. HIT boasts a comprehensive infrastructure featuring cutting-edge facilities such as state-of-the-art laboratories, high-speed campus-wide Wi-Fi, modern workshops, and AV-equipped classrooms. We offer separate hostel facilities for both genders, ensuring a secure environment. Our central library and departmental libraries are digital treasure troves. Collaborative research flourishes in our R&D wing, and physical well-being is promoted through multi-gym and playgrounds. We celebrate diversity through cultural and sports activities, notably our annual cultural festival, Riviera, which hosts renowned personalities and performers. HIT's impressive R&D efforts include 51 completed projects worth Rs 887.24 lakhs and 9 ongoing projects valued at Rs 207.71 lakhs. All eligible UG courses hold MBA accreditation. Currently, we offer 14 UG programs with an intake of 1560 students and 9 PG programs with an intake of 204. Our total student strength is 60-22 and our placement rate stands at 92%. Our dedicated team comprises 302 teaching staff, 62 technical staff, 49 administrative officers, and 118 other non-teaching staff, totaling 530 employees, including 116 contractual staff members. A few of our distinguished alumnus. HIT takes immense pride in its accomplished alumni, with 5 former students, Boran Bishash, Suhas Mukherjee, Anurag Patra, Abhijit Mitra, and Proshan Kumar Nag, contributing their expertise to India's prestigious space missions, Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1. Their achievements are a testament to the Institute's commitment to nurturing talent for remarkable endeavors. HIT has had the privilege of hosting numerous distinguished visitors over the years, including renowned academics, industry leaders, and government officials who have shared their insights and enriched the academic atmosphere of the institution. Haldia Institute of Technology joyfully commemorates its 28th anniversary on this significant day, 25th September 2023. On behalf of the HIT family, we pay tribute to Dr. Lokhon Chandro Seth, D.Lit., our esteemed founder chairman, a former parliamentarian, legislator, philanthropist, visionary educationist, and a catalyst for the transformation of Haldia through his remarkable contributions to education and societal development.
So today we have a very special session which is on mental health. This session will speak about the importance of mental well-being for students. We have been joined by students of various schools, colleges and universities. In this session, Balancing Minds, Mental Health for Academic Success, our esteemed speaker will be Dr. Rima Mukherjee, founder, director and lead consultant psychiatrist of Crystal Minds. Dr. Mukherjee is the founder, director, and lead consultant psychiatrist at Crystal Mind, a 27-year-old mental health wellness center in Kolkata. With over 35 years of experience, she is also a senior consultant psychiatrist at Woodlands Hospitals and has worked both in India and the UK, earning her MRCPs from the Royal College of Psychiatrists, London. A dedicated volunteer, she supports victims of child trafficking and domestic violence through the All Bengal Women's Union and collaborates with the West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights. She has been recognized by FICCI FLO, Brainware University and Rotary International for her significant contributions to psychiatry and child welfare. We are thrilled to have her here for a very important session. Please give a big round of applause. I will request ma'am to please come on stage. Thank you so much. Before she starts, I would like to request, this is going to be an interactive session where we also have Q&A session. I will request all the students and also other audience to please ask questions. This is going to be a great conversation with her. So let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Mukherjee. Please, ma'am. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Post-lunch sessions are difficult for the speaker because, you feel so happy, your stomach is full, and, Indian food, you are going to feel sleepy. But so I hope that I will be able to keep you awake. First of all, thank you to the management of and the administrators of this program for inviting me, and thank you, Shornali, for this invitation. I am very happy to see so many young faces, and the plan is I'm going to talk a little bit, and then since it's going to be questions and the answers, I'm going to ask you to then kind of make it interactive. Before I start, I would like to say that this is a session that is very important, and it has come at a very important time. Our whole state, the state of West Bengal and Kolkata is now going through a very big crisis. And I think that the reason why I feel that sometimes one needs to go through enormous difficulties, suffering, pain, and a crisis in order to emerge stronger. And I think that the young crowd, the young group of people who have come, I'm told the youngest is in class 11 and 12, and there are some college-going students also. And I think that what you have been seeing in the last 40-odd days is the tremendous resilience that has been shown by our young junior doctors. I have myself been through medical school. I mean, I was a student of NRS in the 1980s. And I think that even the entire medical fraternity is really very surprised and very pleasantly surprised to see the way they are fighting. And a lot of the public out there has been of a tremendous support. And it is from situations like this that we realize our strength. When, I have specialized in adolescent psychiatry and I'm particularly fond of this age group because they have a lot to teach us. They are the ones who keep us young, they are the ones who keep us smiling. So I really welcome all of you and those of you who have made a special effort to come and listen to me today. Before I start, I would like to talk about a few things, but even before I start, I would like to start with a case that I saw very recently and something that whenever I have talked about this case, people have really sat up and woken up. So I had this class, I think 5 or 6, this student, young girl in class 5 or 6, and she came to me and I always ask them, has your mother forced you to come or have your parents brought you here or did you come willingly? And she said, no, I came willingly. I said, and what is your problem? She said, I have a lot of problems, I have abandonment issues, I have rejection issues, and I live in a toxic environment and I'm very upset that my parents are not divorced. After all, what has my mother got in her marriage? So this is a class 5 student who's telling me all these things. So I wondered that having such a lot of understanding of her own issues, I wondered why she had come to me. So I asked her, what is your problem? Why have you come to me? Oh, that is, my mother complains that she has to wake me up from school every day and she has to tell me to brush my teeth and she has to tell me to pack my bags. So here we are. On the one hand, we have a child who is at the level of a 6-year-old who still needs to be woken up, still needs to be told to brush her teeth. And on the other hand, we have somebody going on, almost going on 60, who's saying, I have abandonment issues, I have rejection issues, and my parents have a, toxic marriage and they ought to get divorced. So this is what a lot of our problems is to deal with. On the one hand, I think there are issues that, of self-direction or self-regulation or self-discipline. And on the other hand, there is great awareness about a lot of things that is beyond imagination. I think that, I would not like to call this person, in Bengal we call them paka. I would not like to call them because they are, okay, one lot of people, I can see them smiling and I'm sure they think that, hey, ma babar বলছে ডিভোর্সটা কেন হচ্ছে না মা কি পেলো জীবনে of course anybody hearing that will think that she is paka but the people are much more exposed to a lot of programs YouTubes and they're watching a lot of stuff on Google, they're watching a lot of OTTs and they are picking up a lot of things. But unfortunately, so there is an awareness at one level and then there is absolutely an inability to survive or cope with the day-to-day challenges. And these are some of the things that I come across in my practice very regularly. So if I'm to speak about what are the areas, and those who want to ask me questions, if there is any other area outside of what I've mentioned, I've been very happy to also answer that. So one of the things, there are 5 areas that an adolescent or a young adult mainly come to us with, when they are not mentally feeling very well. And mental well-being is dependent on these 5 pillars. If you have 5 pillars, I don't think it will be very balanced, but we can we're not going to get into that. So the first thing is that somebody who's in 11 and class 12 or somebody who's a young adult, one of the biggest pressures is their academics and their career. And a lot of the young population is brought because of some problems pertaining to that. So it could be that the person is having very commonly a concentration problem. So somebody who's having a concentration problem from a very young age would come to us at a very young age, but there are people who could come to us even at the stage of 11, class 11 and 12 and say, I'm getting distracted, I'm having problems with concentration. So concentration and being able to catch up. See, suddenly there is a big jump in academics from class 10 to class 11 and 12. So somebody who's done very well in class 10 suddenly finds that there is a lot of problem he or she is facing when he or she is in class 11. And, by the time you finish class 10 and you've almost got almost 100%, a lot of people are getting 99, 98, and they're still very dissatisfied. Then they go into class 11 and suddenly they find that they are failing. They are doing very badly, and it can affect their self-esteem to a great extent. And it is because a lot of the times they were not prepared for this huge jump in their curriculum. So a lot of stress and anxiety is there related to academics and career in class 11, 12, and that even after getting into college, there may be the same thing can happen. If somebody gets into a very good college, even say IIT or any of these medical colleges or law or whatever, you suddenly find yourself not only with a huge amount of studying, you're seeing a lot of very good students in that particular class, and you're competing with maybe somebody who is, a lot of very good students are coming together and in one class, and that can be very, very challenging. And then, of course, suddenly you get a lot of freedom, and you find that getting back to regulated, structured, disciplined academics becomes very difficult. Because, of course, as a young adult, it is important to be able to have a college life that is going to be memorable, and people are going to, with the newfound freedom, with the uniform being sort of, though in college also some colleges have, especially with professional degrees, I think engineering colleges, I think they have uniforms, but a lot of them, they are bunking classes, they're going to shopping malls, they're going to movie halls, or they are out there gaming somewhere. So this sudden freedom comes with its price, and it can be because they are not attending college regularly. So it comes with a host of other problems. So this is, very briefly I'm touching them. And career, a lot of people have got into colleges, but maybe they are not into a subject which was of their choice. They could also be getting into their subject of choice, but they're realizing that I'm not enjoying this. So that also, and this is very frequently something that happens. Somebody has got into engineering and realizes that I'm not enjoying engineering. Somebody has gone into medical studies and is not enjoying, and they have gone, a lot of money has been spent on them trying to get them to, go for coaching in these very expensive institutes. So there is a guilt that already such a lot of money has been spent, and now I'm saying I'm not enjoying it. So these are some of the issues that can happen once somebody gets into college. I think that even in class 11 and 12, another very important aspect is the school environment and the teachers. I will talk about the peers separately, and the same in college. So if you are going to either school or college where you are somehow not being able to fit in to that environment, to that ethos of that college, you're not getting along, especially if you are in school, you may be having problems with some particular teacher, and that can also cause a lot of stress in a young boy or girl. So a lot of us get young students coming with feeling that the teacher dislikes me, or that there is some kind of harassment or kind of emotional abuse from the teachers, because a lot of the times there are teachers who absolutely are fantastic mentors, undoubtedly. They can really make a difference, and we all have had such mentors in our lives. We have all have had such teachers who really make a huge difference in our lives. Along with that, we also have teachers. And recent events have shown that the principal of RG Kaur was a very difficult person, was a very difficult teacher. As a teacher, he was very difficult. So sometimes these things can affect the morale, the confidence of a young student. And this can adversely affect their education, their career, their academics, and everything. Coming to peers. Peer group, see, as we enter adolescence, that is when peers become very important. Peers know everything. And as we grow older, the peer interaction, if there is not adequate peer interaction, a child is, a young adult or an adolescent is going to feel extremely lonely, is going to feel very rejected, and is going to feel that, nobody really likes me, or generally feel lonely. And when I talk about peers, I'm not talking about romantic relationships. That is a separate group altogether. But, all of us have memories of our college days, mainly related to what we did with our friends and in what we did in class 11 and 12 with our friends. And increasingly, they become very important and parents become less important. We don't listen to our parents. We listen more to what our peers have to say. And peer acceptance is an extremely important factor which either keeps us happy or unhappy. I think they are terms that are perhaps oversimplifying the whole experience of having friends. But what I mean to say is that if you do not belong to a group of, if you do not have friends, or if you do not belong to a group of friends, you are going to feel very lost and isolated. And a lot of people come with the problem that I have no friends. I really do not get along with anybody. Nobody really wants me to be in a group. And these are the people who go on to social networking sites and they end up making friends on Facebook or Instagram and all these social media sites. And often these lead to, sorry? Oh, so often, they get into a lot of problems because they are trying to communicate with somebody they don't know. Often it is these lonely people, and it is these lonely people who will get into also things like, blue whale and stuff like that. So loneliness is a very, very big thing, and that loneliness cannot be, if it is not the peers who are, accepting you, then no matter how much of attention your parents give or your grandparents give, it is not the same thing. A lot of the times mothers say, I am his friend, I am his best friend, so why can't he talk to me? Why can't he, share everything? It's not desirable. And secondly, it is also, first of all, that would lead to trouble later on if a mother is trying to replace a friend. Secondly, there are boundaries. You can be friendly with your child, but you should not be friends. It can be like a friendship, but when we talk to our peers, we use colorful language. We slap them on the back. We talk about a lot of things. And if we did that with our parents, I think it ought to generate a lot of discomfort, and certainly I would not recommend that those boundaries are crossed. So there are parents, and you can have very liberated, wonderful, friendly parents, and that's fantastic, but peers have their own importance. Then comes romantic relationships, and I think all of you will know that romantic relationships are, they're starting much earlier these days. The need to be in a romantic relationship is very strong, and it is a status symbol. And people in high school they have boyfriends, or they are quote unquote in a relationship, or quote unquote it is complicated. And it's very, you have to have some kind of a relationship status, and if you don't have a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, then you are, somehow there is something wrong with you, and your peers, even if they're in class 7 or 8, they will start matchmaking for you. And then after a few weeks, they will come and say, oh, I have moved on, I broke up, it was very toxic. And it's a series of very toxic relationships, it would seem, and they seem to be moving on and going on to another relationship. And that, I think, comes with a lot of emotional baggage. I think one has to understand that any relationship, especially when I'm trying to deal with my loneliness or my emptiness, and that there could be 1,000 reasons for that, when I'm trying to deal with that, and I am getting into relationships because I think that that person is going to be able to complete me, then at this young age, where we are all in the process of transition, we are all growing up, we haven't fully matured. So the expectation can be huge on the other person, and often for very trivial issues, it would seem that the relationship did not mature, and it is not even expected at this age. And I think you youngsters are very, in that sense, I think it is great that you are able to actually say it was not working on, so we moved on. In a way, that is maturity. In a way, I think that is great. I don't think this happened 20 years ago, certainly 40 years ago. It was, if you were romancing, so if you lived in South Calcutta, you would have to go to Tala Park to romance. Over here, you have to do it right under the nose of your parents. Otherwise, what's the point in having a relationship? Because you don't, people have to know also that you are in a relationship. So things have changed, and I think the mindset of parents have also become a lot more accepting and understanding, and I think that they do realize that at this age, okay, they are having a relationship, but they try to make them understand it's that, focus on your academics, don't get completely swayed. So I'm just touching upon a few things, and I'm hoping that, you will come up with more questions related to these things. Now, last but not the least is the home environment and the parents. I think this is from my own personal experience. I'm a parent, and I'm also a psychiatrist. I became a parent before I became, or simultaneous, around the same time I became a psychiatrist also. And between the two roles, I think that even though psychiatry taught a lot about parenting, but despite that, I would still say that being a parent was far tougher than being a psychiatrist. Because as a parent, you are an involved person in bringing up your child, and you cannot always look at a situation very objectively. So I think it is very tough, and what has been happening through the ages is that parents have learnt parenting from their parents. So whatever they did, that is passed down through generations, and it was accepted as okay, look, and we always think that we are, that the way we have turned out is absolutely fantastic. So we feel that, okay, so my mother used to beat me up, so what damage has it done to me? Maybe if I wasn't beaten up, maybe I would have been better in some aspects, who knows? So I am not going into details about that, but the thing is that a lot of psychological issues are also transmitted through this parenting. So somebody who has felt very unloved or rejected as a child, when that person becomes a parent, then she also somehow doesn't instill a lot of security in the child, in the offspring that is growing. And so, mothers can do no harm, parents are the best, and I think they may be having very good intentions, but often they end up saying things that can be very emotionally disturbing for a growing child. I mean, I've lost count of the number of times I have heard from children who have said that, you have got such horrible marks. Why didn't you die? Why did I have to face, you getting such low marks? Or if you can't get into, if you can't get into such and such college, or if you can't get into this profession, then you are a disgrace to the family and it's better you die, and things like that. It's very common. And I think that when a parent is saying this, the parent may be saying this because the parent is actually very anxious. The parent is unable to control his or her anger, but it does affect the child enormously, because the child ends up feeling that unless I am a trophy, I am not worthy of receiving love. And this can be a very dangerous message to pass on. And this is why we have a lot of self-harm happening, suicide happening, because somewhere out there, the people are under the belief, are in the belief that, I'm not really worthy of love. I am better if I am dead, my parents would be happier. And nothing could be further from the truth. So I think that nowadays we are talking a lot more about parenting, and especially those who are coming to us with emotional disorders, who are coming up with depression, or where there is a lot of family disharmony. A lot of children are brought to us with behavior problems, and we are able to identify that there has been some faulty parenting. So we guide the parents accordingly, because unless you can change the environment, you cannot bring about true change in the lives of youngsters. So another 3 or 4 points that I would like to mention before throwing up the session for question and answer session, and that is that as parents or as teachers, we have always talked about achievement, about the need to score high marks, the need to achieve something big in life. I think that equally important is the need to be able to handle failure. We as adults are so anxious about making children always get high marks or never fail, that when life causes situation where they are not going to succeed, or where they might have a bit of trouble because they might be going through a little bit of pain, then they end up feeling absolutely unable to cope with the crisis, whatever crisis they are thrown at. So if we stopped and also started, I know there are a lot of teachers, faculty here. I think it is very important, especially in today's world, where last year the incident that happened in Jadavpur University, we equate people who are doing very well in academics, we equate them as being successful in everything, but they are not necessarily, complete human beings. They are not necessarily people who have the right kind of values. They are not necessarily the kind of people who, there's such a lot of corruption in this world. And why is it so? It is because these people, if they have not been able to be successful through normal channels, they are doing it in any which way. So if I am somebody who moves around in a new car, and I have stay in a very posh flat, and I have a lot of money to throw around, then society sees me as being successful. Whereas somebody who is a good human being is not and is not doing that well in academics, is not doing that well in his or her career is not given any importance. And I think this is where a lot of change has to come about, and this is what our current times is showing repeatedly, that the whole education needs to be thought about, not just about passing or doing well and earning a lot of money and name and fame, but also about developing proper human beings. And for that, they need to pay the consequences. I'll just be behind. So if somebody has not been attending school or not been attending college because that person has been addicted to games or has been addicted to the internet, so what do we see? The parents come and say that, you know, the whole year he was not able to attend school or college and we want a medical certificate. The parents have taken upon themselves to rescue this person, and it is almost as though the student is getting this feeling that it's okay if I dig a grave for myself. It is my parents' responsibility to take me out of that trouble. It is repeatedly being seen that they are getting into trouble and constantly they are being rescued by adults, they are being rescued by the parents, and they are never going to get the message that you create a problem, you find the solution, and we are not always going to come and rescue you. This is something that is very important, and this is something that we need to really understand as parents and as important adults in their lives. And life is our biggest teacher. Parents cannot prevent suffering. They can only prevent, suffering that is caused by parents themselves. So if I'm being very negative about my child and I'm constantly saying, you know, you are incapable of doing anything, you know, you are a failure and we are ashamed of you, that is suffering that is being caused by the parents, that the parents can stop. But when it comes to challenges in life, all of you who are adults, who have been in some profession or the other, will all say that, you know, that life has taught us a lot of very important lessons. Life doesn't come with a known syllabus, it comes with an unknown syllabus, and it is those exams and how we cope with them determines whether we are truly a winner or loser. I will end here because I think that I can go on and on about it, but I think it's important to know what you would like to ask and for me to be able to answer that. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I can sit there? Oh, here. Okay.
We are opening the floor for questions. I'll request everyone, like, you know, whoever, I mean, not everyone, I mean, whoever have any questions and wants to interact, please feel free. We will be passing you the microphone. So please feel free to ask questions and have conversation with her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am the student of NSHM and I'm studying MCP psychology, masters in psychology. So I want to know that what about those parents? Parents are coming and saying that my child becomes stubborn due to I have scolded them. So how to manage those questions when the parents say that he or she became much stubborn when I'm scolding them, when I'm saying not to do that, or I have beaten them. How to parents cope with those child who become much stubborn due to the
Okay, so what age group are you talking about?
I am talking about
Teenagers.
Teenagers.
Okay, so you are not asking me about. You're not saying that your mother is telling you that you're stubborn. You're saying that if a client comes. That's your question, right?
Yes,
okay, okay. Just wanted to clarify. Okay, so basically what needs to be, you need to, there is a thing called psychoeducation, right? So that is basically when you are dealing with parents, you need to make them understand that once a child enters adolescence, they start developing, rational thinking processes, abstract thinking, and they start questioning a lot of things. So, if somebody who is 12 or 13, if something is told to them, it has to be if I am wanting my child not to go to a certain place, when that child was 8 years old, if I just said, "No, you will not go, I'm telling you, you can't go," the 8-year-old would accept that. But when you are telling this to somebody who's 13 years old, you have to explain very rationally why you don't want this, why you don't want her or him to go. So if the parent says that he's stubborn, then no, he's not stubborn. He's just wanting to know why you are stopping something. And you have to be able to give very rational answers. Unemotional, no emotional blackmail, no hyper no drama, nothing. You have to be very logical and rational and say, look, if you go, I feel it will affect your study preparations tomorrow. And another thing is that also come to some kind of a contract. Instead of going out tonight, maybe after your exams you can go out on such and such day. So it has to be, it cannot no longer be this, Amitabh Bachchan in what was that movie where he was this very authoritarian parent. You cannot have proper relationships with your child if you are being very authoritarian. I am not asking the parents not to be firm. They can be firm, but they also have to tone down. They have to talk in a much more friendlier way where it is about, I am willing to listen to you and I want to hear why, and I am going to give you my reasons. That is the attitude that should be in place. And you have to explain this, that this happens because their brain volume has increased and their whole pattern of thinking has changed. So that is very important.
Good afternoon. My question is, the way we grew up, some of these issues still existed. For example, we had issues around career, we always had to excel, we had peer pressure. But of course, when our parents scolded us, we did not react. When our teachers scolded us, we did not react. But of late, I think we are seeing more number of cases where the reaction is adverse. We may have suicidal tendency, but we never thought about a suicide. But we are seeing more of this. So what do you think, where is the problem? Are we more aware, or I'm not sure. Just wanted your views on what has happened.
Yes, I think that I can't see you properly, so I can't gauge which generation you belong to. Like, when did you, which year were you in school, roughly? 70s, 80s, 90s?
It was 80s.
Sorry?
It was 86 to around 94.
Okay. So yes, the life was very different there. One of the things, a few things have contributed. That is, we are exposed to the whole world through, digitally, through television. We are able to see what is going on in the whole world. And so we are challenging a lot of what we used to accept. We used to, we no longer just say, okay, because my parents said this, I have to obey. The relationship was different. The parents were less involved also. I mean, I think I was brought up and my brother was brought up. My brother was told that if you don't study, I'll open a aloo piyaj dokan for you. And for women, I think all my friends heard the same thing. If you don't study, you will be married off to somebody who is, oi aloo piyaj bikri korbe type. So now I think they were less obsessed or less involved with the children. And so we didn't have helicopter parenting. They were not all the time seeing what we were doing. We did spend a lot of time outside the house. We had a lot of peer interaction. Now everybody from class 11 onwards, certainly they have a mobile, they have come to know a lot about what are their rights, what is abuse, what is not abuse. People are, very aware of these things, and if they find that they are not liking something, they are immediately saying that this is a toxic environment, you are toxic parents, abusive parents. So this is on the one hand that is happening. The second thing that I think has happened is this is the first time that, because the younger generation, the kids who are now growing up, they are more tech savvy than their parents. And it is the first time where actually parents are learning something from the children. It has always been that we have learned everything from our seniors, from our parents, from our teachers. But now we are very dependent technologically on our children. Every household will call the youngest, will call the children if they are having any kind of technological problem. So the children are getting a sense of importance that I know everything. And if you tell them something illogical, they will look up the Google and they will come and counter, give counter questions or arguments or whatever. So they are, I think, far less in awe of us because they have access to real-time information and they are going to challenge that. And I think that is also, that also has a role to play. So I think the whole environment, and along with that, I think by and large, we are exposed to far, far, far more of aggression. I mean, you just have to watch the news channels to see the amount of shouting and screaming and aggression that goes on. I mean, there are so many portals through which we are being exposed to aggression, and these children are being exposed to aggression from a very, very young age. And I think that also is adding to their overreacting.
Madam, it is generally perceived that to success in the life, three health should be in the proper shape. One, physical health, then other is mental health, then financial health. Is there any relation between all these three health? Suppose if one has got the two and not the financial health, then whether he will be happy. The other thing, we think success is happiness, but that's not true. Many successful persons are not happy, but all happy persons are successful. Your comment, please.
Okay, very good question. First of all, definitely, I think that is something I was kind of trying to say, that financial, I mean, if somebody is, if we are focusing too much on one's finances, the financial state, maybe a lot of the times we are losing out on a lot of other things in life, because then finances becomes the most important goal in a person's life, and that can, in order to achieve that goal, a person is okay if it means that corruption is there and there are no values existing in that person. So I think that, first of all, what is your definition of success? That is, first of all, very important. I would like to say that success, this is my own way of looking at success and winning, and that is, success is something that is, when we call somebody successful, then we are not necessarily saying, we have certain criteria by which we are measuring that person's success. So that person's wealth, that person, what kind of a house he's living, what kind of how much money he's earning. So that is financial, actually the financial status which we are talking about. But just because somebody is very financially very strong, it does not mean that that person is happy, for the simple reason that that person may not feel ever fulfilled or satisfied. The way the person is earning the money, it may not be that he's earning it in a very proper way. He may be earning it in a proper way, but the kind of work that he's doing, he may not enjoy that kind of work. But so that could be not, bringing in fulfillment. Lastly is that a lot of the times, I think that if there is no spiritual component to this definition of success, then people are not going to evolve into higher human beings, people with trying to reach their highest potential as a human being. So what happens is that everything, success, financial success or any achievement, it is after a certain while it no longer gives you the same degree of satisfaction. Then you are craving for more. So this craving for more and more and more will ensure that you will never feel very happy. So a lot of the times, that is the reason why successful people are not necessarily very happy. They might come across as being very happy people, but they themselves are not very fulfilled. So that is there. And I would like to say that there is a difference between a winner and a successful person. A winner is somebody who gets up every time he or she falls down. A successful person may not be able to get up again even after failing. So, I mean, this is just my way of looking at it. I'm sure I could have described this better, but this is what I feel. Right? Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Firstly, thank you for conducting this session, and thank you, BCCNI. I'm Saurabhishwar, and I work as a social sector climate action career coach with a wide spectrum of students and working professionals. Ma'am, in many of our sessions and interactions, when we try to ask them that, what number would you dial to seek help from the police? And all of us are aware that we dial 100 to seek the help of police. We ask then, what number do you dial to seek the help of a mental health counselor? And we hardly find an answer.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, whereas there have been multiple initiatives, including that of yours, as well as from the government end, including the 14416 toll-free number, which was launched 2 years ago on World Mental Health Day, if you're aware of. What can we do, ma'am, from your experience, if you would like to share, if we would like to minimize this gap? Like, there is a lot of things happening at the policy level, yet we do not have on our speed dial, or even in our contact list, a contact number of someone whom we can reach out, especially when some of these services are also free of cost. 14416 is a toll-free number. If you would like to address what steps can we take as educators, as stakeholders, collectively. Thank you.
I think this is an extremely important question because, you see, these helplines, I think they ought to be definitely on the speed dial. They ought to be pasted all over Calcutta in very important, visible places like metro stations and railway stations, or especially where suicide takes place. Before even we go into that, there's one thing I think that is one of the most difficult things that we have been battling all along, and that is the stigma. Basically, there is still BCCI, I'm so happy that there is a session on mental wellness, because it is still what is mental wellness, and people still think that if one is maybe even ringing up the helpline or even coming to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, it is a sign of weakness. And it is, as long as, people continue to believe in such, as long as people continue to have such ideas, negative ideas about mental well-being, suicides are going to happen, unfortunately. And I think that is why mental well-being ought to be part of the educational curriculum. And it has started. I have done, I have attended as a judge in school where, La Martiniere, where they had a school workshop where they, they participated and they were trying to educate the youngsters about, mental well-being and why it is so important to seek help and what are the signs, etc. So one is that if they are going to be, people don't think twice about calling up the police. It's not a mental, it's not a sign of mental weakness if you call up the police. You know, if I mean, I can see, I come in a para. I live in a neighborhood where there is loud music at the drop of a hat. We have all kinds of puja celebrations and very blaring music. So we ring up the police. Now, do I think that, oh, I'm mentally weak not to be able to handle this kind of noise? No, I don't think like that. But if I have a mental health helpline, then I'm going to think, is the person going to think, even if it's an anonymous call, because nobody is being able to see me, I will think, no, I should be able to sort it out myself. This is the kind, and this is something that is reinforced by family members, by others. You know, you have to be strong, you have to be able to handle this. This is nothing. Then they will start talking about their own problems, and they completely take away from the real issue. So I think that awareness programs and more awareness programs, certainly awareness has improved. I mean, this whole thing is happening. I mean, 10 years ago, this wouldn't be happening. So I think awareness has improved, and it needs to be improved in a much bigger way. And only then will people access and feel it is necessary. And the last thing is that, like polio was eradicated, like HIV was eradicated, where there was a tremendous amount of advertisement, and there was a Buladi ads, and there was polio. Amitabh Bachchan would say, take your polio drops. If mental well-being was that, you know, it was advertised that widely, I think, and the helplines, and if you are in need, consult, you know, ring up this helpline, I think then maybe it might make a difference. But it is the people who are, you know, a lot of the agencies have to be part of this. And, you know, just a few individuals cannot be able to bring about a change. Thank
you. Good afternoon, ma'am. We're from DPS Ruby Park. And should I ask?
Yeah.
So my question is that many high school relationships, they actually last if it involves two mature people, because people might have that view that, you know, high school relationships, they might end, but that's not true for every case. So my question is, what kind of involvement should parents have in this, or how much involvement should they have? Because in my view, relationships, if they have more acceptance and freedom, they thrive. They can definitely thrive and they can last, as long as the children are like focused on their academics or their future. So what are your views on this?
Absolutely. I think you...
Ma'am, I'll just interrupt. I'm so sorry. I'll just to let you know, we'll just take one more question and we'll close this because our next speaker is waiting. And one more question should come from the students. It's a request.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Let me answer this. Okay. So I think this is a very common something that I am, you know, comes to me very often with this kind of problem. And yes, I am absolutely in full agreement that a high school romance can blossom and it can be a long-term relationship. Absolutely so. There are a lot of such relationships out there. Here, both the parents and as well as those in the committed relationship, from the parents' point of view, what I tell them is that, look, you have to tell them that, yes, you study, and as you say, focus on your career, make sure it doesn't, that doesn't get, you know, disturbed, or you don't get distracted from your studies. And if you are able to establish yourself, then very good. For those who are in the romantic relationship, what I tell them is that if it is a mature relationship, if it is a relationship that, you know, helps you blossom, it can be that the relationship is actually motivating you to aspire high and to achieve that. It can make you, if it's a really positive, mature relationship, that is what ought to take place. And if it is not, if you are constantly fighting and if you're getting distracted, then perhaps this relationship does not, it's unlikely that it is going to blossom and make your career or future very bright. So you need to look at the quality of relationship. What is it doing to you? Is it helping you grow? Is it helping you to blossom? Is it helping you to actually do better than what you were doing? I think if those are the things, then that's wonderful. If not, then there are certain red flags and you have to be aware of that. One more question, okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm also from DPS Ruby Park. I had a question that we often see certain parents who have certain orthodox views of viewing issues concerning their children. Could you shed some light on how to effectively communicate with our parents?
See, I think that it would also be very important, which is why I spoke about parenting. A lot of the times you are expecting them to listen to you. Listen, not to reply just, but to properly hear you, properly listen to what you are saying. A lot of the times the parents are not really listening to you, not really understanding what you're saying, and they are kind of preparing the answers, and that is where external help can be required, like going to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist or any mental health professional. But whereas you are concerned, I think that you need to be able to communicate very logically and rationally, and also you will also have to understand that your parents' point of view, let us say that they are also good communicators, they are also rational beings. So you also have to understand where they are coming from. So if they are imposing certain restrictions, one should automatically not jump to conclusion that, so mean, my parents are so mean, other parents allow their, their daughters to stay up till 12 o'clock out in the night, but my parents don't. So I think there needs to be a proper communication as to why this is happening. There are practical aspects, and I think if you also bring in the practical aspects, like, somebody is going to drop me, or you also have to show that you are responsible on your part. Say for the first time, they did let you go and they told you you have to be back by, say, 9 o'clock. If you come back at 9 o'clock, then they are going to be convinced that, yes, she's responsible. She stuck to her, her deadline. And when I called her, she didn't not reply. She picked up the phone and answered. So on your part, you also have to show that you are somebody who can be responsible. And that is how it is, through baby steps, that you are going to make them understand that, look, I'm responsible. I am not going to do something where I'm going to get into trouble. That is what they want, actually, that you don't get into trouble, that you don't meet with an accident, you don't do something that is going to have, catastrophic consequences. So this is also something on your part that you have to be able to convince them through your actions. Okay? So.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have one last question for the day, and I'm from Madhavi Birla Shishu Bihar. So my question is that in today's generation, we see that there is a lot of miscommunication happening, just like she asked the previous question. So many a times, as a teen myself, I have felt that I have tried to explain something to my parents with lots of patience, but they're unable to grasp my point of view or my perspective. And whatever they are trying to explain me from their perspective, I am unable to grasp it. So there is a miscommunication happening, and it is leading to a lot of undesirable consequences. So why is this happening, and how can we bridge it?
See, because their perspectives are very different. It is, both are coming from very different perspectives. They are looking at the situation from very different angles. And I think over here, basically, you need somebody who will be able to maybe negotiate or maybe help with some kind of inputs where things are being put in a different way. So I think that these are the cases that we see very frequently, and this is where sometimes parents do have very rigid points of view. There's no doubt about it. And it is going to be another adult, another mature adult who might be able to help them understand to some extent what you are trying to say. And what I tell these parents is that, look, if there is a communication problem between you and your child, the biggest danger is that they are going to get detached. And when they get detached, then they are going to be getting into activities or troubles where they are going to justify that my parents don't understand me, they don't even care about me, they never want to even understand me. So I think that this has to be prevented at all costs. And sometimes you can actually approach a family member with whom you get along quite well, maybe an aunt, maybe an uncle, maybe an older brother, who can, be a mediator and maybe try to improve the communication gap. And if that doesn't happen, maybe go for some kind of professional help, and often that helps.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We actually had an incredible session, and thank you for covering this. And it was indeed a knowledge sharing, and this is going to help us a lot. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for ma'am. I would now like to welcome Mr. Milab Chand Jain, founder, Supra Pens, to hand over a gift hamper from Supra Pens to our esteemed speaker. So please come on the stage, please. Along with that, I will also like to welcome Mr. Simarpit Singh, co-chairperson, the Educational Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Director JIS Group, to hand over a small token of appreciation on behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain and Mr. Singh. And thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. So we move on to our last speaker. But before we move on to our last speaker of the evening, I'll request all the students to please collect your refreshment box from the registration desk. We have arranged for some snacks for you. Please do collect that. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. So now let me introduce our next expert speaker, who is Mr. Suchindra Kumar, partner PwC. Mr. Kumar is a seasoned professional currently working with PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited with over 18 years of experience in delivering growth strategies and project management solutions across sectors. He holds an MBA from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and a BTech in Civil Engineering from Delhi University. Additionally, he has completed a senior leadership program from IIM Ahmedabad. He has worked with notable clients such as Niti Aayog, Sri Ramachandra Medical College, and the Maharashtra State Board for Technical Education. Mr. Kumar's expertise spans across India and internationally, including the USA, UAE, Singapore, and more in sectors like education, governance, and infrastructure. Due to some technical glitch, he couldn't fly down to Calcutta. His flight actually did not take off, but it was really kind enough, very kind of him to actually give us time and join us online. Thank you so much, sir, for making this time for us. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, first of all, thanks for the BCC team for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I wanted to be there in person, meeting all these great people in the room. Unfortunately, that will probably have to wait for future. Well, you had a great session. I heard a part of the last session which was there. You had some experts who've come in, people who understand education, who've been delivering and working on the nuts and bolts of it. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's the last session of the day, and I'm not an academician. Okay, so probably my area of expertise really is the policy advocacy around the education space, and honestly, the way the policy has been drawn out leaves a lot to be desired. and the government is working on it. We are helping government in certain areas, both in the state and the center. And the other aspect that we work extensively on is improvement and essentially making sure that the education sector is delivering. Uh, it's, I'm sure a lot of you would not even know that as per estimates, we keep talking the fact that we should have 6% of the GDP coming into education. Unfortunately, the government spend is actually less than 1%. The central government spend, if you include all the state governments to it also, it goes up to 2.5%. But there is a huge private sector spend on it. A lot of students, parents, they pay for this entire education space. And if you look at some of the estimates, the education sector in India is almost worth $230 billion, which is close to approximately 5 to 5.5% of the GDP. Unfortunately, a lot of this is being pushed into off the campus setups, into coaching, into tutoring. But having said that, this is the strength of the sector. I have a very small presentation to make while I kind of speak, just so that you can get some of the points right. Are you able to see the? Believe you are. Perfect. So this is the number, right? There is a very drastic move which is happening from government school system to the public school system. Not all public schools are good, not all government schools are bad, but unfortunately that has been the mind space that has been created. The number of premium schools, international schools is growing fast. The fee component is growing fast. And in fact, if you look at the survey of NSSO, the spend of a household on education has grown hugely from around 3% of the household income in 95 to approximately 7% now, and it's expected to go to 9% by next year. A lot is driven by the fact that India, we talk about demographic dividend. The fact is, we are a very competitive nation. We are a competitive nation, and education is probably seen as the most equal source of social upward mobility. So even the poorest of families who can hardly get two meals aspire to send their kids to an English medium school, hoping they will speak English and move up the ladder. And therefore, the spend is going up. And therefore, it is the duty of the people in this room who've been working in the education sector to make sure that this spend reflects into faster growth of these aspirations at individual level and the people. I tried to cover the national education policy. That's the subject given to me. And I've broken this down into three pieces. There's early childhood education, there's school education, and there's higher education. There's something that the government is trying to do. NEP on a whole, in my view, is an excellent document. It's an excellent vision document. Now, how much of that vision are we able to put into action is, well, anybody's guess. So, for example, the government says we will have mandatory early childhood education for all children starting age 3. Today, most of the heavy lifting is being done by Anganwadis or public schools which have a nursery section. But most of the government schools in most states where majority of the students study, there is no concept of a nursery school. So the government is still trying to fight between Women and Child Development Department and Education, trying to figure out whether early childhood falls under Anganwadis or should we create more infrastructure in schools to do that. They have created curriculum frameworks. There is the opportunity for the private sector to scale up. We've been doing that for quite some time. There are quite a few states which are looking at public-private partnerships to run such early childhood education programs. Teacher capacity needs to be built. Most of the government school systems do not have that capacity. So this is probably a huge opportunity for private sector players, especially the school sector players, because you already have schools, you also already have nursery schools. Can you integrate those pathways into the school education system? Similarly, the NEP talks a lot about children with special needs, and I was hearing to the last session, which was about the psychological needs of children. Probably this is one area which is least thought about in the country. We have there are studies which say about 5% of the kids need CWSN model of education. These could be dyslexic children. This could be people with certain genetic disorders. These could be people with some slow learning problems. So they are people who require such studies, and today the government does not have an answer to this. From a private sector perspective, this is an opportunity to really help the government solve this problem at scale. A lot of parents, and there are enough studies which say the spend per student for a CWSN is much higher than the others. And we see a lot of private schools in small chunks solving for this problem. But again, this is something that ideally needs a lot of attention. If you look at school education, and again, a lot has been said about it. The government is talking about a new education system in place, a 5-3-3-4 system of education. The government is setting up curricular frameworks. They're talking about experiential learning, but that's pretty much what the government is doing. The system which we are thinking of, an interdisciplinary system, looks for choices. Ideally, as a student, I should be able to study as per NEP, should be able to study physics along with, maybe history or a business studies in grade 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? Do we have the teachers to teach? Is the big problem. And where do these teachers come from, and how do we create a plan around implementing this? It costs money. Where are the returns? Right? The government talks about technology in education. NEP has a long focus on it, using AR and VR in classroom, and this is an excellent model because we have a shortage of good teachers, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities and rural areas. But the government effort right now is limited to certain schemes like PM Vidya Dan, Diksha, and Nipun for teachers and students. It has to go way beyond that. And private sector schools have a head up here. Almost all of us use technology in classrooms. There is a need for vernacular content in Bengali for the region that we're talking about, but also in other languages, because most of the mother tongue influence needs to be taken care of. You need to build the teacher capacity for using technology. Most of our teachers belong to an age where technology was not mainstream, whereas the students today are digital natives. Right? How do we build capacity for teachers? And this is where probably private schools can coordinate with each other or scale up, because scaling helps better ROI or return of investment on teacher capacity building. There's a need for assessment reforms. Everyone agrees to it. There were questions around, pressure of assessment in the last session again. The government is talking about curricular framework, but again, the end of the day, the end all and define all is the board examinations that happen in grade 10 and 12. They're losing their track. Earlier they were used to get admission to colleges with CUET and other tests preps coming in. It is losing the track. So how do we really drive assessments? Private sector has been using assessment for quite some time. We can be more agile in using it. So I'm just talking about some of the opportunities for the private sector players in the room. I'm also talking about the opportunities for the government sector to really help some of these areas. There's a talk about vocationalization of education, and somehow vocationalization in education is always considered to be okay. We'll teach woodwork to a 9th grade student or a beautician training to a 10th grade student. There is no limitation here. The sky is the limit. Today, the biggest problem that we keep hearing is that the students do not know what the industries require. And I have a slide on the next thing where this needs a very, very important thing, because quite a bit of our students get out of school after class 8. They only have rote knowledge. They don't know any skill sets. Quite a bit grow out after class 10, again with the same thing. So it's important for schools to choose skill sets that have demand. You can have skilling in technology. So Microsoft and the Amazons and the IBMs of the world have created great curricula under CBSE, which can be utilized. Similarly, there is, Electronic Sector Skill Council has created very good programs that could be run in schools. And finally, National Credit Framework. I'm sure a lot of you will be aware that the government has decided to launch National Credit Framework in school education starting the next academic year. And they're starting with a pilot of 2,000 odd schools. Now, this is a completely new animal in the room. We never had the concept of credits in India in the school education system. So how does it really impact, and how can we align ourselves faster to it, becomes a critical point. So, like I said, from a demand side, there is huge new segments which are coming up. With the government taking care of quite a bit of needs around food, around healthcare, there is more and more money which is available to an average family, which is making sure people are moving towards private sector schools, and that shows up in the UDICE surveys. There's a customer willingness to pay for outcomes. And outcomes could mean some of the top grades in the board exam. For somebody in the rural side, it may actually just be your student, your kid, a 5-year-old kid being able to greet in English language. That's an equally good outcome for a person at that level. And there's an increased demand for niche offering. On the supply side, there are new brands which are coming up at a national level. You have the DPSs. I honestly, I work across the education sector. I haven't seen many brands on the private side in Bengal. And I would love to throw that as a challenge to the people in this room to understand why has that happened. Bengal has been traditionally the place where some of the best reform movements happen. You have one of the oldest medical colleges in the country. You have one of the oldest universities and colleges in the country. We probably lost track somewhere. And it will be good to understand how can we have some good national brands coming out of Bengal. There need to be cost-effective models to deliver education, ICT, and governance. Right. So these are some things that private sector can do, especially with areas like Rajarhat coming up, new townships being defined in the state of Bengal. All of them require school. All of them do work through franchising models. This was what I was talking about. So actually, if we talk about class 8th, almost 6 million students, so 60 lakh kids drop out after class 8. Class 8 is when the right to education class is closed. This is where you stop getting food, and therefore 6 million people drop out. At the end of class 10th, out of 21 million students who enter class 10th, almost 6 million drop out after their board examinations. Another 6 million drop out after class 12 examination, and they never reach the higher education system. We need to have a system in place to teach, train, and make productive these 18 million or 1.8 crore students every year. That's a huge number, right? When it talks about higher education, just about 9.5 million people enter higher education every year. And again, if you see what they are looking at in most of these lower classes is vocational skills, and higher classes is degree skills. And today, degree and higher education is lifelong. People who probably joined as a software trainee 5 years back are not required anymore because AI and ML have come in. They need to retrain themselves. Is our higher education system ready for it? Right. So coming to higher education, I think this is where a lot of focus is. The government talks about having 50% GR in 2035. Today we have a GR of around 29%. So what we are saying is almost doubling the capacity of higher education, and this capacity has been built over the last 170 years. We're talking about creating an equal amount of capacity in the next 10 years, which, while it is humongous, I think the biggest challenge is where would the capital come from? Even if you run digital university, which are smaller in terms of cost, you can get private sector, and this is where private sector needs to come in a big way. The entire capital demand is huge. If you have good industry connect today, I think just like you have a situation where we talk about split milk, right? The milk, liquid, and the fats separate. Today, higher education system is pretty much on that cusp. You have 1100 odd universities in the country, but probably only 150 to 200 odd universities are really doing good. And they're doing good because they've created ecosystems and structures. They are providing outcomes. They are using technology in the right way. They're probably getting good industry connect. So all of these things need to be done. Digital universities, the government now allows having 2 degrees at the same time. And honestly, the biggest beneficiary of this has been the government school system. So IIT Chennai, for example, runs this BS program in data sciences, which has 20,000 odd students. Right? These are 20,000 students who are probably doing another degree from another college somewhere, but they are going in there. These choices are available now. There are online regulations which are there. You could do an online degree. So, it is both a challenge for the private sector and the colleges in the state of Bengal as well as an opportunity. It's really up to us what do we make out of it. The government talks about multidisciplinarity in education. In fact, Bengal was one of the first states. I remember I was personally involved in working with the West Bengal State Council of Higher Education to create CBCS curriculum for most of the programs. This was way back in 2016, if I remember it right. Right? Unfortunately, it hasn't really taken off because costs for choices. I can give as many choices as you want, but I need faculty for that, and there's a cost for it. And if you are able to deliver something like this, your opportunity is huge. So today you have universities like Ashoka, Kri, and Klaksha in the country. We're talking about liberal education or multidisciplinary education, and they are probably charging 8 to 10x annual fee than what universities in Bengal charge. And yes, I understand there are regulatory concerns there, but even then, I think the product of teaching is very, very different. There's a lot of focus on internationalization, both outbound and inbound. We've seen 5 universities announcing coming to India with the India branch campus. 2 of them have set up already, 3 are in the process of setting up. There are dual and joint degree regulations which are coming up. And this is an opportunity really for universities in Bengal and elsewhere to scale up in their quality offering. What is stopping you, for example, to going out and doing some of these dual degree programs? There are students in Bengal, and I was surprised. I visited 2 big universities, Shiksha Anusandhan and KIIT in Odisha, and you'll be surprised. Almost 40% of the students there are from West Bengal. We're not able to retain our students because of the quality challenges. Can I use the internationalization model to get more international, more relevant education in Bengal? And people are willing to pay that high cost. And finally, vocationalization. I think this is very, very important. So I believe for everyone in this room, these are your 4 questions that you should really be answering, right? While yes, you cannot do it without improving the quality of education, do we have a vision? What do we as a school, as a college, or as a university want to be? What is the scale that we're looking at? What is the reach or the brand that we're looking at? And what are the segments we want to be in? If you have a school, what's stopping you from going into a college or looking into the children with special needs thing or looking at an alternate board of education? What are my underlying assets? Every school, every college has assets. Your teachers are your best assets. The brand that you have built up is an asset. Are we utilizing those assets well enough? Is there any IP we can scale? How do we align to the industry and society to drive outcomes? Do we have the ability to attract professional teaching and non-teaching talent? Unfortunately, in the last 20 years or so, education and teaching has, till around 1990s, teacher was a very respectable profession. Today, it is not. We've lost the track somewhere. How do we make teacher aspirational again? How do we make him the respected person, him or her the respected person? Even today, when you go to rural areas, the teacher is the most respected person in the village. How do we make sure we are building the right talent, attracting the right talent, and enabling the right talent? Right? And ultimately, while the government has coffers to put money from, they are falling very short of it. We are currently working with the Ministry of Education to look at alternate means of financing. We're looking at loans, we're looking at debt, we're looking at CSR. But again, so do you. Some of you have accessible capital available with the school or the college. How do you use your assets better? Can you, for example, look at a second shift of education? Can you look at online? So importantly, these are, I would just want to close my session. I know this is the last session of the day. I just want to close my session with some of these points to ponder upon. Thank you for listening to me. I'm happy to take any questions. Just like that.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a very, very insightful session. Thank you for joining. We would have, loved to have you here, but unfortunately, but I'm glad that, we could join online, and it's a pleasure for us that you could join. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to welcome Mr. Obijit Chatterjee, member of the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to deliver the formal vote of thanks. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As Heraclitus said, the only constant in life is change. So today we have gathered to embrace this change in the realm of education, to forge stronger synergies between school and higher education. It is with a great pride and immense gratitude that I stand before you to deliver this vote of thanks. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Honorable President Sri Gautam Ray and the co-chair of the Education Committee Sri Simarpreet Singh and the chairperson of the Education Committee Sri Satyam Rai Chaudhary. Unfortunately, he is not present with us today. Sir, your encouragement and continuous support have made this event possible. I also wish to express my gratitude to our esteemed guest, Professor VMSR Murthy, Padma Shri Professor Ajay Kumar Ray, as well as our distinguished speakers and panelists. First, I also like to extend my thanks, Mr. Ajay Kumar Ray, as well as our other distinguished panelists, Mrs. Rupkatha Sarkar, Mrs. Amita Prasad, Mrs. Sonali Sarkar, Mrs. Apala Datta, Mrs. Akanksha Kaur, and Professor Yogesh Kumar Sinha, Professor Anupam Basu, Professor Suman Kumar Mukherjee, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Mrs. Jhilam Rudra De, and Dr. Rima Mukherjee, and Mr. Suchindra Kumar. Your insights and visionary ideas have truly inspired us all to reimagine the future of education. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge and helping us bridge the gap that often separates fundamental learning from higher academic pursuits. A special thank goes to the sponsors of our event, our title partner JIS Group, and our powered by partner, Sister Nivedita University, in association partner, Ascensive Educare Limited, co-partners, Haldia Institute of Technology, Kingston Educational Institute, Om Dayal Group of Institute, and brightfuture.com Skills Private Limited. Our stationery partner, Supra Pens, gift partner, Presto, and thanks to Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, CEO and Director, Wizardtech Informatic Private Limited, and a member of BCCI Education Committee for his support as a partner. I want to extend special thanks everyone working behind the scene, and special mention for Swarnali, Rajashri, and other chamber secretariats. Your dedication and hard work made this conclave not just possible, but impactful. We owe the success of this event to your tireless efforts. To the educators, students, policymakers, and everyone who participated, your energy and engagement have been nothing short of remarkable. It is the collective enthusiasm that will drive the change we envision. And finally, let's not forget, the journey doesn't end here. Today's discussion has sparked a new wave of thought and innovation. Now it is up to us to carry those ideas forward, transforming them into meaningful action that will save the future of education and the generation to come. Thank you all once again. Together, let us embrace the change, collaborate, and make a lasting difference. Thank you very much.